Welcome to my channel. Yeah, it turns 5. I'm here on YouTube, and I'm going live. Talking 18 hours about Star Trek. Got some friends to help me not be a wreck. They call me Botwa. Yeah, here I am. Another 18 hours, gonna make it slam. Thanks for watching. You've been a peach. We're gonna find out if I can reach.
I can reach, but can you, buffer timers? And yappers? And best of trekkers? And anybody else that's out there that wants to watch me make a fool of myself for the next 18 hours. So, what's going to happen? I made a ranking to start this channel. I actually started 6 years ago, watching every episode of Star Trek twice to properly rank them all in what I felt was the best order, worst to best. But that was only for live action stuff. So for this 5th anniversary special, I've asked my friends from Buffer Time, which is my live Trek group, that we get together every Monday, and asked them to move around stuff that they think is wrong in the rankings. We ranked all of the new stuff from New Trek and even added like the animated series, and everything new, except the only 3 things we won't be talking about today are actually 4: the movies, short treks, very short treks, and Star Trek Scouts. They just don't quite fit into full rankings versus the rest of Trek. So, hey ho, how are you? I'm only here because hashtag coffee. And I do have like 5 Trek mugs, but none of them hold as much as my Twilight Zone mug. 6 a.m. can't come any earlier unless you wake up at 3:30 and can't fall back asleep. So, coffee's going to be my friend today, and hopefully I can be your friend for the next 18 hours. All right, let's get. Oh, let me. These are just random pictures down here. My cat. This is a live cam. Ooh, him does actually exist. So, let's start this thing off from the worst. There are 952 episodes to get through in the next 18 hours. Starting with Shades of Grey. I don't think this should come as any surprise to anyone that this is the worst ranked by everybody in our group because it's barely an episode. The writer's strike of 1988 really messed up some stuff on television. But then there's shows like Night Court that during that same writer's strike also did a clip show like this, but it was good. What they added and how they put it together was really awesome. This, not. For Diana Muldaur's final performance in Trek, she's the only, well, her and Cole Meany are the only 2 that actually feel like they're acting. Even from the first moment when he's just sitting there on the planet, Jonathan Frakes seems bored. Even it's the only time that even Patrick Stewart doesn't really seem to act in the like few little contractually obligated scenes he gets. So this has well earned the bottom of the pile. Next up, Second Sight, one that I didn't have in my original rankings as low as this, but we just did this past week on Buffer Time. And I think we gave it an average rank lower than anything we ever have, a 1.58 average across the group and the chat. So, yeah, I'm glad that whoever moved it down here did, because there's just nothing of substance. It's it's the most nothing going on Trek, and when there is something going on, it rarely resolves in anything that you care about. I mean, there's scenes that are thrown in here just for filler, like, oh, Cisco changed his coffee order. And then there's a conversation with Quark about not having a conversation. Um, yeah, yeah, I don't think I quite would have put it second from the bottom, but it's not good. It is DS9's worst episode. And this is TOS's worst episode. And the children shall lead at number 950. Um, boy, is this just a crap show. A bunch of kids kill their parents because a ghost told them to and promised them cookies in a van down by the river or something. I don't really know how that worked, but it did not make for a good episode, that's for sure. Naughty, naughty children. Yeah, Manhunt is one I have fluctuated on over time. And I do truly believe that after the clip show, this is TNG's next worst episode. Loxana Troy has her moments. Majel definitely has her moments in Trek. Um, One of the many specials coming up later in the stream. If anybody remembers, I used to do a little skit called Thanks Majel at the end of my ranking videos, where I counted up every scene that she was in the franchise. Except we didn't do TAS back then, and there's a few new ones from Picard. Uh, we'll get to that at one of the breaks, but um, yeah, Wonderful Woman, not great episode. There's nothing going on here. And even the Trek A plot, I guess, which takes up maybe a minute and a half of runtime total of Picard having to say exactly something in an alien language. And something that's always bothered me, he says the word klaxon in this alien speech, and I think my guess is that the original script just had that like in parentheses, like a klaxon, like the red alert siren, and he read it like that. I don't know. Either that or the writers just really thought using the word in there worked better than it did. No good, Manhunt. Plato's Stepchildren. I know some people do like this one, and there is a pretty good moral. I do actually like the scenes with the short dude Alexander, and how Kirk's like, yeah, you can in the Federation, you're just a person. We all believe. Um, but it's overshadowed so hard by the cringy stuff that Spock and Kirk have to do, the little dances, and Kirk just rearing up like a horse while he's ridden by Alexander. I know any credibility the episode once had, no, it goes right out the window by Act Two. Ah, the alternative factor at number 947. This has the worst special effects in all of Star Trek, and I've seen people try to defend it like, oh, it was just the 60s. No, even for the 1960s, the effects are so bad. They just like transparency in like the a star field randomly, and negative cuts, and it's jarring. Uh God, what's her name? I'm trying to think of the actor. It was Drew Barrymore's dad. John, I think his name was John Barrymore. Was originally cast as the guest of the week there, but he had like he was an alcoholic and dropped out. Just didn't show up for day one of shooting. So they recast this on the fly. I guess this guy did an as okay job as you can with no prep time, but the story's bad, the effects are bad, the acting at best is mediocre, only considering the situation, and it doesn't really work. Ah, The Naked Now. Of all of the crew turns into uh drunk versions of themselves versions things in Trek. This is absolutely the worst. I mean, Data getting laid for the first time, pretty great, along with Tasha Yar's awesome thing that she wears during that. But outside of that, there's not really a lot here. We get more. We develop Wesley more as the like he's really smart. But for the second episode of a show, yeah, it doesn't really work for me. The first TAS episode on the list. I might have given this one a little more because at least there's a story start to finish here that you can follow. Um, I guess every starship has a bat boat, the Federation version of a bat boat on board, and they get to like play around with some merfolk. I might not have put this one as low as my comrades did here, but it's not great. Most of TAS isn't great. There's a couple of shining moments that we'll get to eventually. Oh boy, up the long ladder. For all the talk of Code of Honor is the most racist episode in Star Trek. It is a racist and racially insensitive episode. Up the long ladder, like literally pokes fun at every Irish stereotype there is. Um, the second half plot with the clones would at least make this passable as an episode if that were the only part of it. But that's less than half of the runtime. It feels like there was two scripts that they had that didn't have enough meat to become actual episodes by themselves, and they crammed them together and called it this. At 9:43, the Pirates of Orion, the Blue Orions. I'll be honest, I don't remember this one much. I remember it being more like a comic book come to life kind of moment in TAS. Yeah, fine, whatever. I do really like what Lower Decks did with the Orions later. And like, oh, the Orions and the Blue Orions are the real Orions. And that's funny. Justice, where Picard breaks the Prime Directive to save Wesley's life because he crushed some flowers in an over-sexualized community. This one is just bizarre. And as far as like all the sexy wardrobe that comes out of Trek, mostly from TOS and early TNG, for the sheerest thing that we've ever, well, maybe not sheer, the most scantily clad thing we've ever seen in Trek, it's not even sexy. Gene Roddenberry kept telling the costume designer to cut away more stuff until he eventually had to be told, like, hey, if we cut any more away, they're going to fall off the actors. I'm sure Roddenberry would not have minded that, but yeah, Justice does not do justice for season 1 of TNG. We just mentioned that a few episodes ago. Code of Honor. It's so bad, but the only reason it's even this high is because it has a start to finish plot where most of the rest of these below it don't even they break up and they barely have a plot holding them together. It's not a good plot, but there is one, so it's at least 11 above the bottom for whatever that's worth in 952 episodes. Spock's Brain, what many have called the worst episode of Star Trek. Again, at least there's a start to finish plot. It's really hokey, especially with like the cavemen that they introduce. I really do like the main chick that comes and takes Spock's brain. I like her outfit, and I just learned how to make the like triangular folded thing that's on the bottom of that miniskirt. Love that a lot. Want to do that on a dress someday. TAS The Survivor. I'll be honest, this is one of the only TAS episodes I don't remember a lot about. It's a Romulan plot, a ploy to start a war. I honestly don't remember this one. And somebody else ranked it, so sure. This is where it lives now. Lonely Among Us. Yeah, this one's just silly. It's is a bright moment. It's the first time we see Mark Alemo in Trek as one of the dog people. I can't remember. I think those were the Antikins and the God. What were the lizard people? I don't remember. I want to call them the Nausicaans, but that's not right. Those are the big dudes. Um, anyway, there's barely a plot here, and then at the end, Picard just turns into pure energy because reasons, and then comes back aboard the ship as energy because reasons. It's just a frustratingly boring episode. The Mark of Gideon, another episode that's just, it's frustratingly boring. It has a plot start to finish. I really like the guests' bodysuit thing that they have going on. There's a lot of colors and stuff that I enjoy in that. But the episode just it stops making a lot of sense when you think about so this is a society that has so many people in it that there's no room for anybody to like to do more than stand. Um there's a lot of problems biologically about how you can even get to that point. Um, and it's just a boring episode. So little happens across the runtime that it belongs down here. And then there's Sub Rosa, where I want to like this Candle Ghost. I want to like this precursor to Outlander, the series. I guess Ronald D. Moore and Ira Stephen Bear cut their teeth for that show by doing this. But I don't think it would have been quite so bad if there hadn't been all the stuff about Beverly reading her grandmother's journal and like just alluding to her getting off on it. It's no. How sharper than a serpent's tooth. Yeah, this one's it at least has a plot start to finish. It's like the Aztec god Quetzalcoatl. They find out that it's a real entity and it just kind of messes with the Enterprise. For the 22-minute runtime. There's no moral to the story. It's slow. It was a thing. It was this the yeah, this was the next to last episode of TAS too, so bummer. A Night in Sickbay, my least favorite Enterprise episode. Um, between going back to the Cretaceans, which were not great in Voxala coming up. And then we go back to them, and Archer has to do rituals with the I'm assuming contractual obligation to take Scott Bakula's shirt off every season. So we did that, and we gave him a chainsaw too. I wonder if those are like standard issue. Did they get that from the Cretaceans, or is there a Federation? Well, not Federation at this point. A Starfleet issue chainsaw aboard the NX-01. I don't know, but I do know that this episode just it bothers me. And then there's this whole like dream sequence about Archer has feelings for T'Pol, but we never come back to this. Like there's uncomfortable sexual tension between Chakotay and Kate Mulgrew in Voyager, which isn't resolved, but at least it comes back around and there's like it plays through the entire run of the show, at least until Chakotay gets with 7 of 9 at the very last minute. But this one, it doesn't go anywhere. And then there's like we're chasing Phlox is like scraping his tongue and cutting his toenails, and it's that's a no for me. Eye of the Beholder. This is kind of like taking the menagerie or the cage and redoing it for TAS in a way more boring way, where Kirk and a couple of red shirts get caught up in an alien menagerie and they're part of the zoo and then they escape and that's it. Charlie X. There is a bit of a moral to this one, but I hate this character so much, and the uncomfortable way that he goes after Rand and the stuff that goes along with that. I can't forget this. Uh, One of my buddies that also does a Trek channel, who shall remain nameless, recently called this episode Charlie Kirk, which is understandable. You know, Kirk beats Charlie. Ooh, The Man Trap. A lot of people probably would put the final episode of TOS before this. I certainly did originally. This is one of those many re-ranks by one of my friends. Um, yeah, I would put this higher, but then there's just whatever credibility it has. The final fight scene with Spock and the Salt Vampire, it's the hokiest fight scene in all of Trek, and that's saying a lot. Um, yeah, as far as a first episode of Trek, with what they had already filmed, like they already had Where No Man Has Gone Before, which is a way better episode. But I agree with this being the first broadcast one because out of what they had, I think this was the most accessible one to the public. Like anybody that watches a daytime soap opera, anybody that's into sci-fi, it's not heavy on techno babble. It's just a story you can follow. It's not a great story, and again, I would put it a little higher. But if my friends tell me this is where it lives, this is where it lives. At 9:30, Mudd's Women. Harry Mudd is all over the place on these rankings. When they pull this guy out, he either fails miserably or is amazing. This is in this introduction to him, in the sixth episode of the series. He's a pimp. For there's no other word for it. He's a pimp selling human trafficking these women, trying to sell them to minors. It's just no. No, this one does not really work. And then like the whole thing about the drug that makes them look beautiful. And they find out in the end, oh, we were beautiful all along. Even though like with a quick cutscene, they'd go from these like disheveled, old looking women to amazingly beautiful. So okay, I am not sure what this drug does, but or whether it works or not, but it is more than a placebo. And yes, we have a oh, yep, and now him gonna clean himself. It's important to have a cat camera when you do an 18-hour stream. It really is. Best boy, truly. Okay, what else have we got in this menagerie of hell? Oh, the apple. Yeah, the God Vol, the Serpent Cave, um, and that keeps this group of people who are kind of analogies to American Indians captive, and it's really cringy. That's the only way to put it. There are definitely worse TOS episodes, but this one, it just it rubs me the wrong way every time I watch it, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's not great. Ah, The Way to Eden. This is one we talked about on Buffer Time just about a month ago. We ranked it pretty low, but also it has this charm. Every time I watch it, I like it just a fraction of a smidge more. It's not a good episode, but at least there's this. You can take an analogy to like COVID and masking and like science denial, as these hippies did, that two of them end up dead by the end and the rest their feet disfigured because they're idiots. And that's just it. Like this is such a time capsule of the 1960s. That's it though. If you want to know a little bit about what the 60s were, just watch The Way to Eden. Otherwise skip it. Skip it. And then there's Cat's Paw, one that like I originally in my rankings had lower. I've brought up, and I think some of my friends have brought this up a little bit on the rankings. Uh, there's supposed to be a message, but it gets lost in the mystique of the episode. I mean, you've got like a wizard and uh this other chick that end up being bird puppets in the end that are filmed very badly at low FPS. And they look like they were put together out of like, what do we got left at the bottom of several craft bins that we can glue together? Okay, that's what these ultra powerful wizards are. They're this. And through the episode, the like I almost like the you never see the cat as you see the small cat, but you never see the cat creature that comes after them. You just see the shadow, which is almost cooler, but but then there's like the hokey fight scene where Sulu and I think was it Scott Sulu and Scotty come out of nowhere and just attack Kirk and Bones and Spock, and it's just no. That's another one that even like Trek has a couple of Halloween like episodes, and this one I cannot the frig even with it. At number 926, The Time Trap, where this one I think I would have put quite a bit higher. As far as TAS episodes go, there's a little bit to it. I mean, most of TAS you can put here down here near the bottom. Um, but this one I've always felt like almost sets up the Strange New Worlds episode, The Elysian Kingdom, because that is also described as a pocket universe where the being Deborah and Mbanga's daughter now live. And it's eerily similar to this like pocket of time that the Klingons and the Enterprise find themselves in. Uh, so there's that, and there's this like cool council of all of these different, mostly what we've seen before Federation members or enemies too that have like come together because they got stuck in this pocket dimension. Um, I think it's more decent than where it is, but if my buffer time friends tell me this is number 926, it's number 926. And at number 925, The Big Goodbye. This is one that's all over the place as far as what I've seen people's enjoyment of it. It's the first Dixon Hill episode. It's the first holodeck It's not the first time you're in the holodeck, but the first episode that centers around the holodeck. Um, I wish we got more of the ship's historian. There's only one episode in TOS with a ship's historian, and only one here in TNG, and it's this where they haven't. I mean, it's just them playing detective, and I also find it interesting that this and then the year after, Quantum Leap did almost the same episode. Yeah, it's just a little a dime store novel, crime novel from the 1930s done well. Lower Decks did it better, or Quantum Leap did it a lot better. Let's just say that. And they hadn't quite dialed in the holodeck yet, so when Cyrus Redblock and his associates step out into the hallway, they don't immediately disappear. They start fading gradually. Like, okay, you didn't dial it in. I can live with that, but it does take some points away for me. The Savage Curtain, another one that if they had added some more parts to it and done more on the planet than spending the first like 15 minutes with this figment of Abraham Lincoln first floating in space and then being beamed on board, and then they're like, well, we got to give him full presidential honors. What, how do these people know what presidential honors? And I realize there is a Federation president, but like they're familiar with this whole like presidential honors thing because somebody that claims to be Abraham Lincoln that was just floating in space is coming on board. Um, that just the first time I watched it, I just turned it off right there because it's so hokey and over the top. It makes no sense. Um, Once you get into it, though, there's quite a bit, and it introduces some characters that come back around over the ages. Like Colonel Green, who was said to have been in Earth's post-apocalyptic World War III, um, did some genocide of radiation survivors. Um, and that comes back up in Enterprise and somewhere in New Trek, and I don't remember where right now, but that's pretty cool. We've heard about Surak before in TOS, but you get to see a figment of him here. And Surak is brought up all across Vulcan history through Trek. So it sets some stuff up, but like it's so hard to get through that first 15 minutes and believe that you're watching Star Trek. Operation Annihilate. Well, the first time we meet Sam Kirk, and fortunately, Strange New Worlds redeems him as a better character than just William Shatner with a mustache. So that's it. But I mean, his colony was destroyed by a bunch of Nickelodeon gack space boogers, really. It's another one of those ones where it's so hokey. You want to feel for Kirk, but the episode is so dumb. I just don't care. Sorry, Sam. Sorry for you and your mustache, buddy. Time for more coffee. Oh, Night Terrors. Yeah, this one there's not enough substance, and I'm just every time that the dream sequence of Deanna Troi flying through this void, with vague words being said, "Where are you?" Nope, you lost me right there. Ah, the TAS, and this is what I was talking about. So, two of four Mud episodes are here near the bottom, and two are near the top. Mud's Passion. So, this one, I'll start with the positive. So, this sets up and makes me believe the whole thing that Nurse Chapel and Spock have in Strange New Worlds has more depth because this you get the sense in TOS that she's got a crush on him, especially in Amok Time, where Spock has to, and as far as I'm concerned, that's like the best part of that episode. It's not the fight scene. Is that heart to heart between Spock and Chapel. In this one, she takes this drug that Harry Mudd's selling of that will make somebody love you, at least for some amount of time, to try and get Spock to love her. So that this one really plays into Strange New Worlds, whether you like Spock diddling half the crew the way it is, that's another story. But it sets it up to make more sense than just what we saw of Chapel in TOS. But also, that being said, that whole plot, it's kind of dumb and it's kind of out of character. And it almost sells Majel short as a recurring actress to like, oh well, yeah, okay, well I'll try this drug. If it'll get Spock to love me, then I guess that's fine. No, it's not fine. Here is one I know is controversial. I'm not a big fan of Whom Gods Destroy. I do like the over the top chewing the scenery insanity, but that's all the episode has. You've got this drug that's supposed to cure all mental illness, and that does not appear to be the case. Picard's mom, case in point, and a bunch of other people we've seen through later continuity in Trek, that clearly do have mental illness, and it has not been cured forever. So, no. Garth of Izar is a cool idea. Um, the Axanar folks that pretty much cost the rest of us any chance at doing Trek spin-offs, fanfics of our own. That's they at least had a cool story and a cool character to pull on, but this is just over the top insanity can only take you so far. You still got to have a story that goes along with it. And this one, not so much for me. One of the many bits of Troy gets mind essayed. And this is definitely the worst of it, and way too far into the run of TNG, where the producers and writers should have known better. This is season 5. This isn't even the furthest one, but we'll get to that one in a minute, I'm sure. Uh, where the Ulians come aboard and Jev gets in there, her brain and other people's brains. My last note there, it has always stuck with me when he gets into Riker's head and it just keeps going, Keller's still in there, still in there. And it's at least really creepy, and I do like the way those sequences are put together, but it's also hokey and just another reason to attack Troy for no real payoff. When the bow breaks. Yeah, so not Samuel Clemens steals all the children from the ship, some of which are Will Wheaton's siblings. And then they have to go get them back. Hooray. It's the only memorable thing from this episode for me is the Reading Rainbow episode where they crossed over with Star Trek and they did a behind the scenes on this episode. That's more memorable to me than the episode itself. Butterfly in the sky, I can fly twice as high to number 917. Yeah, this is just some stupid The Last Outpost Ferengi. The Ferengi were supposed to be the big bads of TNG, and they just came off as attack squirrels. I don't know how to describe them, but they're so, you cannot take them seriously. From the moment, before they even speak, the moment they beam on board and they're wearing, like, I don't know, skunk pelts, you can't. I'm glad Armin Shimon, who is the leader of this group, then got a chance to redo the Ferengi by the time we got to DS9 and give them some measure of, integrity. So, yeah, everybody's got to start somewhere, and the last outpost is somewhere. The magics of Magus 2, where they find the literal devil. Now, this could have been a really cool concept to undertake, but this episode gets so far into Christian mythology, it's kind of weird. And it's not even just Christian mythology, like, because then they end up in stockades being judged by pilgrims, literal pilgrims, and then they end up literally playing devil's advocate and telling them, oh yeah, Lucifer, the devil, he's fine. He's actually fine. So the episode simultaneously sticks up for the devil and I don't know, and does this weird thing with pilgrims. I've never quite understood it. It's one of those things where at least they took a big swing and they missed, which was most of TAS. But that's something I appreciate about Star Trek that I think has been missing from everything but Strange New Worlds. This past season of Strange New Worlds in particular, they took some really big swings. A couple of them were really big misses, and a couple of them were quite good. So I'd rather have Trek try stuff like this and fail at it so that we can get to, I'm trying to think of an example of a really over-the-top episode that's also really good. And maybe I don't have it. But I'd rather that than I think Discovery's biggest problem. I've never been a hater of Discovery, but I will say the biggest problem with Discovery is they didn't take any chances. They tried to do this really safe thing that wouldn't offend anybody, and by doing that, turned off a lot of people because it was just there's no bottom. You're not going to see a Discovery episode on this list for hundreds of rankings. Why? Because even its worst episodes aren't that bad. The problem is most of its best episodes aren't that good. It just kind of lives in the middle of Trek, which is fine. But, take big stabs like the Magics of Magus 2. Oh, finally, Voy makes the list with The Fight. So there was something here with chaotic space, and I love. I believe his name is Ray Walston that does Boothby. This was his final appearance, and his final acting gig before he died, not too long thereafter. Um, but just from the get go, you enter the episode with Chakotay just screaming in sickbay nonsensically, and that's most of the episode. If more of it had been the chaotic space and trying to understand it, than as much of the fight sequences, I think it would have been fine. What I do appreciate for 90s special effects, when Chakotay first realizes something weird is going on, he's like punching his alien opponent on the holodeck. And then there's this really cool effect behind it of like, I don't know, universe shattering and simultaneously sucking into itself. For 90s effects, it's spot on. That's one of the best out of 90s Trek, I think. But the episode is just, it's all over the place. Wink of an Eye from TOS at 914. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting premise that thankfully we really kind of haven't gone back to this well, but where there's just these people that are so fast you can't see them, and then they take Kirk and make him fast. So yeah. Yeah, it's fine. There's a start to finish plot, but it's really dull. I kind of tune out and background it as an episode every time I watch it. It's fine. The dress that the primary chick wears isn't practical, and I've gone into that in my TOS fashion review. But it's not very practical to wear for more than, scenes and then have it reset at a time. Move along home. DS9 gets another entry on the list here. This used to be the bottom of DS9. Second Sight easily earns worse because at least this one has some charm, and I want to, like, as a kid when I first saw DS9 in first run, I think I was like 9, maybe 10 when this came out, and I was just like, what? I thought it was pretty good, just because it was like about a game. But as an adult, it's yeah, DS9. Even the problem is DS9 is so good that even this isn't that bad. It's watchable. It has some charm. Something has to be the worst or near the worst, and this definitely is down there. And it's really the moment that I think of every time I'm like, why isn't this episode good? Bashir screaming when he ends up in like wait before he even wakes up and he's like standing up. Something else that's always bothered me about this episode. So when they're pulled into this game, the officers, they all have their uniforms on. They have tricorders. So they were all asleep. Do they all sleep in their uniforms? And do some of them go to bed with tricorders? And I mean, for Dax, I could see that. Dax is like that. Dax would sleep with a tricorder. What most people consider Enterprise's worst episode. These are the Voyages, the final episode of Enterprise. So let's start at the end and work our way back on this one, because I really do like the final moments showing all the ships up to that point named Enterprise, and the words, the boldly going, and seeking out strange new ways to kill your chief engineer in the final episode. So, yeah, the ending's great, but everything before it, not so much. Had we gotten Riker and Troy earlier in the season doing this and not killing Trip, that would have been fine, but as a final episode to the series, it undercuts it in so many ways. You killed my favorite character on the show. You overshadowed a show's finale with characters from a different show. And recently, I found another show just like this, but even worse. That is Galactica 1980, a show that was so bad by itself anyway, but its final episode contained a character from the previous show, the full-on original Battlestar Galactica, Starbuck, and it's all about Starbuck, and they don't even have any of the main characters that were main characters for 1980. And that is worse than this. At least this like has a premise and a plot, and that one is just like Starbuck on a desert planet, basically the entire episode, and you never see the dudes that you've come to know over 9 episodes. Anyway, small tangent, but yeah, there is a worse finale to a sci-fi series than this. More Enterprise, Desert Crossing. Some people like this one, and I cannot fathom. I've never understood what there is to like about this episode. Don't get me wrong, I love Clancy Brown. Pretty much everything I've ever seen him in or heard him voice has been amazing, except for this. And the problem isn't Clancy Brown. The acting, fine. The writing, it seems like they just took the usual premise of let's get Scott Bakula to take his shirt off and wrote it around that. Because otherwise, like a lot of Enterprise, this is 9/11 adjacent. This guy's basically the Osama bin Laden of his planet, and Archer doesn't realize that till too late. And then they just go hide in the desert for no good reason, because then he comes and finds them anyway and is like, yeah, I have a code of honor that means I will give you safe passage. So great. Scott Bakula got to take his shirt off, and that's pretty much the episode. Oh yeah, Norman, the show Webster. I've never seen it, but I know what you're talking about. And by the way, yeah, thank you for being. I know your time. You're probably it's almost 4 a.m. Do you know where your children are? Hell yeah, System of a Down. Going to take this opportunity to just pop up the Jasper Cam because it's important to watch my cat sleep. What else are we going to do with 18 hours? Okay. Where are we? TAS. One of our planets is missing. Yeah, this one's, as far as TAS goes, like, yeah, this one's fine. I looked through all of the stuff in the last few days, and I've watched about half of TAS to refresh my memory because I've only seen them a couple of times. I don't remember enough about this one, but if it's here, there's probably a good reason for it. Fury. Let's take everything that you might have liked about Cass, throw that out the window, make her an unlikable character 3 seasons after she was unceremoniously kicked off the show in Bermond, and And yeah, and that's Fury. I do know somebody. I finally met somebody recently that likes this episode, thinks it's a good one. I respect their opinion, but no, this one I saw it in first run, and it bothered me then, and every time I watch it, it bothers me still. Um, and as bad as the episode of Lojum is, where she's like eating beetles, I would rather see that bit of over the top literally chewing the scenery than anything in Fury. Okay. So we talked very recently about the mind essay that Troy got in season 5. Now, season 6. This is far too long into the run of TNG that the writers and producers had to know better. Why do we keep going back to this well of mind attacking Deanna Troy? Why? And this one is like it's the dumbest of the one before this. It's more gross, but this one's just so dumb. Um the only good thing we get out of it is like a couple of amazing outfits that Deanna wears when she's like going through her Betazoid menopause phase where she's all hot and horny. And then the most sheer night dress I've ever seen on 90s television, and I have zero idea how they got past the censors. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. This side of paradise. This is another one that I know some people enjoy, but I can't wrap my head around. I want to know more about this woman, maybe in Strange New Worlds, that Spock knew from, younger in his life. But otherwise, these flowers that just make the crew all drunk and even give DeForest Kelly a chance to put on his most forced Southern accent ever. There's like this terrible fight scene between Kirk and Spock just to get Spock to snap out of whatever he's doing. It's the weirdest Spock ever acts, and that's saying a lot from Strange New Worlds. Not my favorite. Cathixis. Introduces Janeway's governess holo novel that I'm still surly that we don't know what's on the fourth floor all these years later, even after they brought it back in Prodigy. It gives us a chance to see Carolyn Seymour as the governess of the house, and that's just hell yeah. Anytime we get some Carolyn Seymour, that makes me very, very happy. But this episode just bores me. There's nothing bad about it per se. Chakotay's spirit leaves his body and then like tries to keep them from going into a nebula that will suck all of their souls out or whatever. Yeah, it is. The Empath. Here's another one that I've seen some people like, some people hate. It's a very polarizing episode. I just tried to rewatch it 2 nights ago. I did watches of episodes. I was like, is this really as bad as I think it is? And yes, it is. It's like a stage play, but it's not compelling. You can do an episode completely on a black soundstage as this one, and I think it could be great. Case in point, DS9's Waltz, which is 90% just Ben and Dukat in a cave. And it just spirals out of control. And you can put two people in a phone booth, and if the story and the narrative is compelling enough, that's amazing. This is not where you have this mute chick that just like signs and like does these really over the top Cirque du Soleil kind of motions. And these aliens are just kind of messing with them the whole time. That's the only way I can put it. They don't seem to be actually studying with them. They're just messing with them. And it belongs where it is. Dagger of the Mind, another one some people love. this is a joint decision between a few of us that it just yeah, you get the first Vulcan mind meld, which is so over the top, and like the dude is so hysterical that it's like a little cringy, but I could live with that. I'm not going to say a lot about this one because there are some good moments, and one of them that is not is the chick that Kirk met at the office Christmas party. You know what I'm talking about. And her name's Noelle. Ah, Christmas, Noelle. Whatever. No. Profit and Lace. Um, yeah, Norman. Tim Russ kind of crushed that. I really enjoyed Evil Tubok. Been doing a general rewatch of Voy for about the last month, and yeah, he's decent in that. Okay, Profit and Lace, an episode that has not aged well. This was directed by Alexander Siddig, aka Bashir, and he had a different vision and was kind of overruled by the producers that he wanted to make it a more lighthearted, or he wanted to make it a darker episode. But the producers were like, no, this needs to be fun. And okay, Quark going full trans, full op, which apparently is like just an outpatient 6-hour procedure these days. In the future, it really devolves at the end, but there are still some really funny moments. I would put it a little higher, even just for the acting Grand Nagus joke that literally keeps getting bigger and building more voices into it every time it happens. Um, we get Jeffrey Combs, so that's something. But yeah, has not aged well as far as like trans representation. Um, but it does have its moments. It is not the worst. More Tribbles, more trouble from TAS. They just kind of tried to take the original charm of the Tribbles, bring them back. But this time they're neutered, at least the little ones. But now we've got these really big ones that make an awful lot of Tribbles. Yeah, there's not really a plot. This is just hey, let's take the cutest thing we ever did in TOS, and since this is a pretty much a Saturday morning kids cartoon, yeah, let's do more trouble with more Tribbles. Get some coffee in here. Oh, 1 hour almost down of this thing. Okay, the Territon incident from TAS also. Yeah, this one like it's actually kind of an interesting premise. Just what my notes say here. The crew's getting smaller and they have to figure out how to get bigger before they get too small to touch the controls. And even by the end, they're like pushing buttons, like stomping on them and like pushing dials from the side because they are like itty bitty. Okay, here's one I know some people really do like, and I will say the special effects for like 1990, spot on. Um, but my problem with Identity Crisis here at number 900 is really is something that Odo points out. It's the lack of security aboard the Enterprise and aboard Federation facilities in general. How many of these people that went on this away mission have to just disappear and steal shuttlecrafts before you take some precautions, and especially in this one, after they knew exactly what was happening, they didn't quarantine the chick that Geordi had been on the mission with. Um, and they really should have. She should have been under some kind of watch, and so should have Geordi. But yeah, whatever. Extinction. The away team turns into lizards and talks nonsensically. Um, this is like the first break from the I want to say the Dominion War arc, the where they're in the Expanse, the Xindi arc. This is our first break from the Xindi arc in season 3, and it's only episode 3, and it's just not good. It's not put together well. The actual plot could be done in about 10 minutes. And the CGI, oh wow. I'm not the greatest 3D artist, but for the amount of money that was spent on this thing, and even for mid 2000s or early 2000s CGI, this isn't good. Voyager did better CGI than this. Oh yeah, yep. One of the co-founders of Enterprise. The Practical Joker. A really another swing and a miss, but just kind of weird oddity episode in TAS, where the computer takes over the ship and just starts messing with and doing practical jokes to the crew. The like Kirk is a jerk written on his uniform, and Spock getting like eye stuff, and the computer and Majel just laughing out of control is it was a choice. It was a choice. That's all I can say. Like it's exactly what it sounds like. It's just the computer playing a practical jokes on the crew an entire episode. Kind of some of it's kind of funny, a lot of it's really cringy. Threshold, what many have considered to be Voyager's worst episode. I don't think it's quite the bottom, but it ain't good. I had such high hopes for this when it first came out. I had the Star Trek Encyclopedia, which had the whole modern warp scale at that point, and it even listed from the early 90s that warp 10 was a speed of infinite velocity where you occupy all points in the universe simultaneously. This was already like writer's room canon before it was actually said on screen in this episode. So when we start with this warp 10 flight, I was really excited the first time I saw this. By the end, though, it's still like, lizard babies. Okay. And this won an Emmy, you say? Okay. All right. We're in its opposite day. The Lights of Zatar from TOS at number 896. Scotty's girlfriend turns into lights. Yeah, it's exactly the way it sounds. This episode is all over the place. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it because it kind of is. It's worth watching once, but only once. Home Soil at 895. TNG episode that had more potential than what it actually did, which wasn't much. It's a good look at trying to understand life that isn't like anything we've seen before. It's a lot like Devil in the Dark from TOS, but that's done a fair amount better. So, yeah, it's like 10 minutes of plot and a lot of filler. The Deadly Years from TOS. Yeah, let's do every old person stereotype and then do this thing where they cross through the Romulan neutral zone because Sulu doesn't speak up loud enough to this Commodore that doesn't know anything. Um, which is something I can't remember if it's in TAS or somewhere else in TOS, where Sulu, and I guess he must have learned from this, that when somebody order, do you want me to go through the neutral zone? He like explains it better, like, hey, we're gonna violate, the neutral zone treaty, and probably get into it with some Romulans. So great, but otherwise, not a great episode. Too short a season, and this goes the other way. This is an old AF Admiral that gets younger through the episode because he takes a de-aging drug, which eventually kills him in the end. And yeah, the only cool thing about this episode is when they go down. Is it this? Yes, it is this one. When they go into the tunnels, is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm thinking of. I am. Never mind. I think I'm thinking there's a set extension from Spaceballs that gets used, and it can't be this one because Spaceballs hadn't come out yet. But I think I'm thinking of the one with Tasha Yar's sister, because it's in these like same tunnels. They used a set extension in this one, in that one. Anyway, we'll always have Paris, not Tom Paris, unfortunately. This one is just, it's weak. Picard's ex-girlfriend, who's now married to this like scientist studying time, shows back up, and yeah, it's really dull. There's some cool effects and there's some timey-wimey stuff at the very end. Doesn't do it for me. It doesn't do enough to show, like, we later find out that Picard was kind of a womanizer in his younger days. And this just his long lost love just sitting in Paris and waiting, and it's yeah, it doesn't do it for me. Okay, here's one that really doesn't do it for me and bothers me. This is the worst New Trek episode of them all. If I wasn't a parent, I might not hate this as much. It's kind of like Pet Cemetery. I have trouble watching Pet Cemetery now, which I didn't when I was younger. But now that I am a parent, every time like a kid gets run over by a truck, nah, that's it's hard for me to watch. And this one, it's about the society that like sacrifices a child, but like raises them up as being this like miraculous ruler, and you're amazing because we're forcing you to do this. And somehow forcing them to die powers their entire floating city society. I have a lot of problems with this, and I know that this is supposed to be they were trying to do a, well, we're gonna explore a humanist story through the lens of Star Trek and aliens, where it's really supposed to be about like the children that do the uncomfortable jobs in sweatshops around the world that are unseen, that sacrifice so that we can have, clothing that's $20 that really would cost like $100 to be made anywhere that anybody getting paid a decent wage would have to be. But it rings so fucking hollow to me because Pike had already been to this planet once before. And there was this like whole thing about he offered them to maybe join the Federation. They had an out where they could have had other power sources. They have chosen to keep sacrificing children. It just, not only that, but it bucks any trend that Star Trek has ever done, where by the end, yeah, they would have found a way to power the society and not have to sacrifice the kids, or it could have been even darker where Pike saves this one kid, but then the society's floating city falls out of the sky and the rest of the planet is lava. So, that sucks. But that would have, even like sacrificing the entire society because Pike messed up and violated the Prime Directive, would have been more in tune with what we've seen in Star Trek in the past than what we got. Yeah. Yeah, that one's not too far. That one's not too far, Norman. Strange New Worlds, it does have two of the worst new Treks, even though overall it also has some of the top episodes from New Trek. It's very much like TNG, which started this list and has a bunch in the top 10. I would rather have a show that's has a wide breadth that like takes the big swings and misses every once in a while, but gets home runs than, as I said a little earlier in the broadcast, like Discovery, that just didn't take any chances, and it's never bad, but it's rarely good. It just lives in the middle. Um, but yes, I agree. We're getting to 4.5 Vulcans. Don't worry, my dude. But right now, who mourns for Adonis? Now, this is an episode that has been moved up from my original rankings. I had it in the bottom 10. I still don't like it. Um, it's exactly what my notes say here. It is the literal Greek god Apollo getting into a dick measuring contest with Kirk. And actually, it might have been a better episode had they literally just measured dicks for an hour. Because there's nothing here. He's just he's just an asshole to the away team for like an hour. The ship's historian, I believe, was her title. Gets put in this awesome like Greek dress, and that's the only good thing I can say about the episode. I don't know what Gene Roddenberry's fixation with Greek and Roman mythology was, and why we needed to get it into Trek so often, but here we are. Albatross. This one's actually decent and interesting, and you can follow the story all the way through. Like, McCoy went to this planet a decade ago, and now he's being accused when they go back of causing a plague. It's something you can follow, and then Kirk, like, he goes and proves that it wasn't Bones. We found the cause. It was the Aurora in this sector, and they don't really seem to know what auroras are or depict them scientifically correctly. But hey, this is a Saturday morning kids show from the 1970s. Okay, I don't think I'd even put this one this high. I want to actually see more Pandronians in Star Trek, which are these beings that have like their heads and body and arms and stuff can like detach and float and be independent, which is pretty cool. And we see it again in Lower Decks in IX Cretus. But in this one, it's literally just the 22-minute runtime of this character like insulting Kirk and like then getting them into traps on this like pre-warp planet. It's not great. I do not like Bem. Barry Ben Bem. Angel One. Yep, another one of those episodes that like tried to have a smidge of a message and be like super progressive, but it just the narrative itself, but the execution is done on such a dog shit level that it brings it down. This had the potential to at least be a middle of the road Star Trek episode. And I mean Riker's blue thing that like shows all his wonderful chest hair, that is a choice. And if I had Jonathan Frakes 1980s physique, I would wear that too. Conspiracy. An episode, much like Enterprise's final, an episode that had potential. They set this up earlier in the season. Like, wow, season 1, it had like episodes that they set up and then like try to pay the plot off later. Wow. Except that Coming of Age, the one that came the one that set this one up earlier in the season, is probably season 1's best episode. This starts out so great. You get into this mystery and it's like, what's gonna happen? Who's taking over Starfleet? Oh, claymation bugs. And then to cap it all off, Picard and Riker, when this thing tells them we just want peace, they go against everything the Federation's about and just go like, all right, phasers on full. Not stun. We're gonna create a meat explosion. This episode, because of the exploding head, was banned in certain markets for a while. Okay. I've been at this for an hour and a quarter. I'm going to take a break. We'll be back about 10 minutes or so. Let me load up. I have lots of break content for this week. Yeah, it feels like a week for this 18 hours. I'm just going to give you the really boring "we'll be back" one for now, but stick around because some of the break content coming up today is exclusive stuff never before seen.
So take a ride on the wild side. I promise I won't hurt you. Protect you like my ride or die. Won't sell you or desert you. Hold my hand and I'll show you around this tragedy called life. It's all meant to bring you down. Keep sharpening your knife. Won't go our separate ways because I will not find you. I'm counting down the days until the lies will blind you. It's not a simple thing that keeps some people distant. Whatever fate will bring, I'm gonna be persistent. Won't go our separate ways. We gotta stay together no matter what you say, no matter what the weather. You know I've got your back, even out in the rain. Let's get you back on track. I will absorb your pain. So much to see that your head will spin, but it's just inertia. Too many rooms where you can get lost. Let me be your chadish. Warned you not to go it alone. Don't blame me 'cause I tried. Won't go our separate ways because I will not find you. I'm counting down the days until the lies will blind you. It's not a simple thing that keeps some people distant. Whatever fate will bring, I'm gonna be persistent. Won't go our separate ways. We gotta stay together no matter what you say, no matter what the weather. You know
Okay. Back. Whoa, why is that huge? I'm back. You are just listening to my band Portending Honor. I put together for each one of these breaks a bunch of our best songs. Hold on, I am having trouble here. Stuff is not sitting the way it's supposed to. Why when I came out of that is everything huge? I guess that will have to be okay. Yeah, something's weird here. I can only see part of my screen. What if hide that? Yeah, even this is not. I can't see the top of my screen anymore. Hold on. I'm going to do a relog. Okay, let's try this. Reload all my cameras, or at least some of them. And my cat has gotten up since I got up, so we will just go back to this and share this screen. Okay, let's try that. Mooey better. Just rename these. And close my door since the cat has left. Okay. Where were we? The Omega Glory. One that totally could have been a better episode. Ron Tracy just does not do it for me. The fight scene between him and Kirk does not do it for me. Yeah, it's kind of fine, I guess, but not one of my favorites. Wolf in the Fold, another one that yeah, could have been kind of cool. You get the voice of Piglet for many years thereafter as Jack the Ripper. They wanted to bring this character back, but then that actor was so caught up between Winnie the Pooh and a bunch of other stuff they could never get him back, and that's probably fine. Ah, The Passenger, one that we kicked around as doing on Buffer Time a couple weeks ago. We did Second Sight, and that was by far a worse episode. This one is just Alexander Siddig being Alexander Siddig, I guess. He originally wanted to do and had ready a Texas accent, and the director wasn't having it, so then he just did the slow reading of the lines thing that we actually get out of the episode. The Changeling. I know some people like this one, and it's out of all of, but for me at least, out of all of the Kirk Toxie computer to death, this is probably the least interesting. And it's what really kills it for me is they took all of the knowledge out of Uhura's brain, and then by the next episode, all better. You know, she's still the same old knowing every language in the galaxy person that she was. And cats. rough. Okay. Rather than being in him's bed, my cat is just in my way. Okay. At number 881 and 880. The first two-parter on the list, and the first episode of TNG. Okay, well, what I can say that it does well, or at least okay, is that it introduces all of our main characters just fine, which is what a first episode needs to do. And, just like my buddy here, this is what he needs to do. Him needs to be in him's bed. But the story itself, God, everything to do with the Bandy and Groppler Zorn, I really can't even with. Q was a nice addition to the original 1 hour script. And DC Fontana was always like, who wrote most of the script. And then she's like, well, all Gene did was add the Q character. Yeah, except the Q character's the only good part about it. And even then, he's not dialed in yet. It's not great from the beginning, but the courtroom scene, great. Everything else, yeah, you know. Fascination. DS9's version of The Naked Time, or Naked Now, where everybody is DTF. Except for Keiko O'Brien, who's mad at Miles because reasons. Another one that just, when Loxana Troy shows up, you never know if you're going to get something like really high quality or really bottom of the barrel, and this is the latter. Skin of Evil. We've had a lot of Season 1 TNG here, and it's rightly deserved near the bottom of the list. We killed Tasha Yar because Rick Berman. Samaritan Snare. We learned some about Picard, which is pretty cool. Get a little of his backstory with the back and forth between him and Wesley. The Pakleds. I love that Lower Decks went back to them because they're so underwhelming as character types. But the episode overall, not great. Doesn't go anywhere. The Paradise Syndrome. Now here's an interesting one. I really feel for Kirk in the end of this thing. He loses his wife. Even if they'd only been married for, a short amount of time, he'd been there for months at this point. But the like really badly culturally appropriated Native American stuff is it's pretty bad, culminating in Kirk being like, I am Kirk. Yeah, that's a no for me. Rogue Planet. Yeah, so we find a rogue planet on Enterprise, and they discover some hunters hunting transforming slugs. Okay. What is Starfleet? Yeah, so I know, Norman, we were talking about like 4.5 Vulcans being the worst, and even I'm like, lift us where suffering cannot reach. I forgot that this one was in between from this past season. This documentary about this very slanted documentary about Starfleet by Ortegas's brother Beto, and it's so not put together well. That's the best I can say about it. Unexpected. Hey, Trip's gonna have a baby. Hey, men can have babies, and that is a thing in our actual society now. But this is executed so poorly. It was just as a beat for laughs. It wasn't to really explore a topic deeply, but we get the first chronological viewing of a holodeck. So, okay. And in more, bad episodes about having children. Troy gets pregnant by an alien species randomly. It's a virgin birth, immaculate conception. The only thing I like about this one is Picard cementing that, if Deanna's choice is to have the baby, it is her choice, her body. Terra Nova. Another one of those ones that could have had some gravitas, but just the weird way these people talk, this lost colony of humans. It's like if the kids from The Lord of the Flies, if they grew up on the island, this would be that. It's not the worst thing ever, but there's not a lot going on. There's your 4.5 Vulcans, Norman. Yes, so this one also had potential. Let's turn 4 of our main non-Vulcan characters into Vulcans and have them be over-the-top assholes for an entire hour. And that's pretty much it. They're all really bad to Spock. They're bad to the other people around them. And it does not portray Vulcans or people very well. Lower Decks worst episode for me, Of Gods and Angles. Another one of these, let's introduce some Greek type stuff. This is the granddaughter of Zeus. And the only reason we're seemingly setting this up is so that she can have like a minute of screen time in the final episode and do the thing that saves the ship. But this one, it's these squares versus circles kind of thing. It reminds me a lot of the Outrageous Okana, which is actually somehow done better. There's just, for Lower Decks, there's not even a good laugh. The Royale. An episode that, as an episode of television versus other television, I actually kind of like it. It's a fun little watch, but there's so much non-Star Trek. There's just no Star Trek in this episode. Yeah, and Fermat's Last Theorem, which could have been the only like science fiction thing here, except Fermat's Last Theorem was proofed a few years after the episode came out. So yeah, it's an interesting tidbit. It's worth a watch, but it's not very Star Trek. More just underwhelming Lower Decks. And from its 5th season, for everybody that's like, we want more Lower Decks. Well, I want more of that spin-off where they explore various dimensions out of Starbase 80. That could be really interesting to change it up. But by the 5th season, honestly, it feels like the tank was running on empty. We're on fumes at this point. It had some great episodes, and it even has its show's best episode. But then it has a lot of low-end filler. It's like TNG in that regards. Like it took big swings, and sometimes it missed. And this was one of them where like Jen and Mariner, that had been a thing several seasons before, and we never acknowledged it after. We just came back around to like close up the loop on that storyline, and it was done so cringy. Shore Leave from TOS. Fairy Princesses. Sulu's a gun expert, which never gets brought up again. Kirk gets to fight his academy rival. Yay! There's the only thing about it is to play into the Alice in Wonderland theme that runs throughout Trek and definitely comes back hard in Discovery. The Icarus Factor. Ambujitsu, the ultimate evolution of the martial arts, which it does not seem to be. It's just playing off American Gladiators fame. And, okay, Riker and his dad resolve a lot of their issues, and that happens in the last 5 minutes, and otherwise it's It is a filler heavy episode. Symbiosis. Yeah. Don't do drugs, kids. I mean, that's it. Nancy Reagan told you, and the producers picked this up. I'm trying to remember Buttrick. Kirk's son in the movies. His last name's Buttrick. I can't remember his first name right now. This was one of his final things before he died of AIDS a few years later. So it was nice to see him, but the episode itself it's weird. And then like Picard applies the Prime Directive weirdly, like kind of however he wants to here. Cost of living. Okay, no. The only good part about this is seeing like side profile of Majel naked in the end. Because otherwise she's taking somebody else's kid that she doesn't know to a nude mud bath. And even just the stuff that goes on there that's not children in nude mud baths. So you've got another questionable 90s censorship failure where you've got this like nude dancer that is only obscured by paint. I don't know how they got that one on television. I mean, I'm not complaining, and just like this does not belong in 90s primetime Star Trek. And yeah, it's just another, hey, Majel's getting married episode. It's the first one of those, and it's not done super well. Favorite son, Harry Kim becomes a sex god for about 5 minutes before they try to drain his energy. This is similar to Lift Us Where Suffering Cannot Reach, but since it's Harry Kim and he must suffer, it's a little higher than that one. That Which Survives. Now this... Yeah, Harry's an alien. Not really, no. Him a special boy. Yeah, I need to be 100 in here. I need, in the next 15 minutes, we need to do at least 10 to stay on track. So That Which Survives, I've actually moved up a fair amount. It was in the bottom 20. I watched it a few nights ago. Overall, the whole thing with the chick on the planet, it's not that interesting, and that's why it's a low-ranked episode. What I'm giving it points for that I didn't before is Lieutenant Rada and everything on the Enterprise with them investigating the mystery. Like Spock and everything that's going on the ship is actually kind of interesting, even if it culminates in not really paying off super well at the end by tying the plots together. But I like that it's like the first woman at the helm and the first she's got a bindi, I can't remember, the first Hindu on Star Trek. So that's something. I'll give it some points. And I mean, the outfit that the chick wears, even though I've been into it in my TOS fashions episode, it's not practical at all. It's 100% taped down for filming, but it's cute. Yeah, and what I had noticed in my just last watch through here, Scott, was that it's not just that she's the helm. She's called to the bridge by name by Spock. So like they intended to like bring the character into the fold, and I wish we'd seen her again. I mean, it's the same. Like, I'm not sure if she actually is Indian, but she's definitely Hindu. She's as Indian as Spock, as Khan. She's as Indian as Khan. Parturition. The success of the Dinosaurs show at the time, I think, is what spawned this. They'd been playing up in season 2 this like rivalry between Neelix and Paris as like kind of a love triangle vying for Kes. Kess's love. And like it does shift more towards Paris by the next season, and she gets away from Neelix. It's just super uncomfortable, and like, at least some of it's funny, like the food fight. But once we get down to the planet, the whole thing with I guess it's a very Star Trek message. Like we're working out our issues while working through the plot, which I guess is fine. It's just it doesn't feel like it's executed on a super high level. The Perfect Mate, an episode that I would have told you is way worse when I was a kid. I did not like this one. I still have real problems with this one on a level of human trafficking, but as part of what I call the Picard is human arc, this is what kicks that off. A lot of people see it starting with the Inner Light and then carrying through to when he breaks up with Darren in season 6. But I think it starts here because Kamala does something important for his growth. For a character that's been basically a block of wood up until this point, she gives him permission to love, and that's what he needed to go forward. I don't know that he would have done as well during the Inner Light, or at least I think he would have held off a few more years in his mind. Maybe even divorcing the wife. Like, what would have happened to that scenario if he just did not play along? Maybe that's a what if I should explore. What if Picard didn't play along in Inner Light? But this sets that up along with a few other things, like him having to deal with Hugh, which comes in right after this, and realizing, okay, maybe my approach to the Borg, just because they wronged me, is wrong, and that I need to look at them as individuals. But yeah, this starts it. But we could have done without the Ferengi nonsense and the human trafficking. But have you seen The Dolphins? The Enemy Within, an episode that could have been a lot better had it not been for the super uncomfortable essay stuff with Rand, which becomes even more uncomfortable when you know about Grace Lee Whitney's autobiography, where the reason she left the show is because, according to her, she was essayed by a producer, which she never did name. We don't know if it's Gene or Bob Justman or just some other producer on the show. But yeah, this one, like, if that weren't in here, this episode would be so much better in my eyes. It really, I do like the dynamics of like the good Kirk and the bad Kirk and wrestling with yourself. But once you add the stuff about Rand, it loses all credibility. Stardust City Rag. Oh boy, Picard's worst episode. This shows us why Patrick Stewart is playing a French character, but he never does a French accent, because my God, the Pepe Le Pew thing that he's got going on in this episode is just, it drags anything the episode had down with it, along with probably the dumbest named villain in all of Trek, Bejazzle. Like, I just imagine that she has had a bejeweler and, like, has done bejeweled, like, all over her face and body. And yes, we start off with killing Icheb for reasons, because this is the Game of Thrones of Trek. Ooh, who's resettling? This guy. Okay, yeah, not Picard's finest moment. Retrospect, and this kind of goes along with a few before it. This kind of set up this nice progressive message of, all right, believe the victim, and then at the end, oh, Seven, you remembered wrong. Oh, jeez. I think the only reason it's this high is because it's actually executed on a high level. The acting done well. And like the episode is actually it's good until the very end when the message completely flips from believe the victim, maybe the victim's not right. You know Berman had a hand in this. He had to. Miri. This one was also moved up. It was in the bottom 20, in the bottom 10 even before. I'm not a big fan of this episode. It at least does have a start to finish plot, but if you start thinking about it for any amount of time, it doesn't make any sense. These like kids that age super slowly are the only ones left on this planet that died of a disease that turns you into a zombie when you hit adolescence. So these kids have been like surviving off of food scraps or whatever for 300 years. Like where did any of that come from? Where did I mean their clothes and stuff are all dirty, but they would have needed new stuff by now because even anything sitting around would have deteriorated over 300. There's a lot of things that if you think about it, it falls apart really quick. And then there's stupid stuff like Rand wanting, oh, Kirk, I always wanted you to look at my legs and pay attention to them. It's like, okay. Another Lower Decks miss from season 5. Tendi goes home, does the Orion thing as part of her agreement for getting her sister's help at the end of the last season. And then they just do a wacky races. And they don't do it super well. This ain't no Yogi Bear's Space-Time Jam or whatever that race show from the 70s was called. It's just so uninteresting. You would think like Tendi going on this wild trip and having to like do all this crazy Orion stuff. It could have made for a good episode, and it didn't. It just was not. The Storyteller from DS9 at 8:53. There was a Delrock, and Colm Meaney had to suffer again, mostly just through one of the worst scripts ever written in Trek. There's a little B plot there that's okay. But the main stuff is it just falls apart. We finally made it through 100 episodes, and it's been nearly 2 hours. That's exactly where we need to be in the timing. What's Scott have to say about Shades of Green? Yeah, that was pretty funny at the end, where it's like, yep, we're gonna give you Yogi's Gang. No. Norman, there was a specific one where it was like Yogi's. Now I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. Where Yogi does, it's basically Wacky Races, but with Yogi Bear. What the hell was that called? Yogi Space Race. That's the one I remember the most. I've only seen actual Wacky Races a couple of times. Okay. Kicking into the next 100. Depends on where you get your sources. If anybody with a French background would like to correct me here, I have heard this episode called The Dauphin, The Dauphine, The Dauphin. I think it's that last one, Dauphin. But yeah, anyway, Wesley Crusher gets a girlfriend he can't actually have for a minute, and mutating creatures until you find out that at the end she's really just a like beam of light, beyond just being, teenage angst bullshit. One thing that bothers me, so they have to take her to a planet where you can't even get a communication signal through because of the atmosphere, but we can beam. We can't do communication, but we can do a more complex type of signal. Yeah, that one's never made sense to me. Beyond the Farthest Star, the first episode of TAS at number 851. It's mildly entertaining. It introduces life support belts, which I would like to see come back. I don't know why they haven't used those again. Um, Find this ancient ship. They go on it with the life support belts, but at the end it just kind of ends. They're just kind of like, oh well, okay, this cloud's gonna do its thing, and bye. So it kind of sets the tone of TAS, where like they'll do these okay plots and then not finish them off very well. It's like they don't quite know how to end them, and they're like, oh, well, this will work. Friday's Child. Um, I don't like this one. I know a lot of people do because it's got Julie Newmar, but to me, it ain't great. I mean, you've got Bones slapping a pregnant woman, which, like, I understand there's some kind of logic to it, but the dudes in this are just so over the top, and their wardrobes. I kind of can't even with the top knot ponytail thing coming out of their robes. There's a fight in the middle that just breaks out of nowhere for no good reason. No. Once Upon a Planet, where we go back to the planet from shore leave, and we see the White Rabbit and Alice again because this one at least gives Uhura. Uhura had so little to do in TOS. We don't really get to know her until TAS and the movies. And this was the first one where she got some clout, where she figured out what was going on with the planet's computer that controls all of the like amusement stuff, and that's great. It's fine. Oh, Fairhaven. This one, both of the Fairhaven episodes, I cheekily like. I feel like objectively they are about here in the rankings. They're not great episodes, but there's something about them that's just, it's very charming, and especially being like towards the middle of a season, it's like it's a nice break from everything else that's happening in Voyager. But I do find it interesting that they went to this well twice in the same season, because just a few episodes after we come back to this and do more Fairhaven, which I actually like better, and we'll get to that. Pen Pals. So there's a lot of good Prime Directive talk here. And like, great, we did the thing. We saved this kid's planet, even though Picard breaks the Prime Directive to do it. It's fine. It brings up some good ethical stuff, but it's also a lot of filler. Can't delete that wife fast enough, my man. The Muse. Not to be confused with Muse, even though on Paramount Plus, last I checked, both are titled The Muse. Anyway, this is the one where Jake writes a novel. If this had just been the Lwaxana episode with Odo and maybe some stupid B-plot about Quark, plotting to steal a gem or something, it would have been better. I do like the stuff between Lwaxana and Odo. And even like Jake writing his novel that's like much talked up before and after this episode. You'd think that would be like the thing that makes it worth it, but how he writes it, the whole thing between Jake and this muse Onaya, no, it doesn't play out well, and it kind of kills the rest of it. And from the Muse to Muse. This is a Greek tragedy, or at least B'Elanna Torres helping a pre-warp poet write a Greek tragedy about Voyager, which is actually kind of entertaining, and I like that the other super jealous performer chick in the troupe ends up being a recurring character on Enterprise for a little while, until at the age of like early 30s she died of heart failure. which is horrible because I really liked her in both this and her random Crewman Cutler in Enterprise. Yeah, rest in peace. The return of the Archons. It's the Red Hour and Landru. Yeah, I think it's generous to have it this high up, to be honest. At least it's like, it's so absurd that it's kind of a good time, but like this planet that just kills and ravages each other every once in a while just to take out their violent tendencies so they don't come out otherwise or whatever. No. Starfleet's good at exploration, bad at maintaining. 1159. This one may even honestly be too high. It's a time capsule of Y2K. And it kind of sets up the plans for Farpoint Station. And Kathy has an ancestor, even though she said several seasons before she had no idea what her ancestors were doing at this point in history. Yeah, at least it gives Trek a New Year's episode, even if it's not a great one. The longest title in Trek history, to the point where, yeah, as you can see, it's too long for the text box here. They find this generation, for the world is hollow and I have touched the sky. They find this generation ship inside an asteroid, and then, like, Kirk does his usual talk a computer to death thing, or, like, figures out that it's just, like, a computer behind everything, and then they disable it. And give these people a chance to realize that, no, you're not actually on a planet, you're on an asteroid, the inside of an asteroid ship that's about to crash into another planet in a few months, so either we need to, like, move this asteroid's trajectory, or everybody dies on both things. It's an interesting premise. It's just not executed on a super high level. Hokey fight scenes. The male costumes are woof. Tattoo. All right, let's get Jamaica Highwater, our wonderfully fake Native American expert, to conjure up some random crap, and Chakotay gets his backstory. But hey, we get to see his butt. Elogium. Cats, because of sexual creatures outside the ship, Cass goes into their, like, version of needing to be inseminated. And it's really bad, but her eyes when Neelix takes her to sickbay because he finds out she's eating dirt and beetles, and just she's like still grabbing at stuff and just like eating it, it's one of the most jump the shark moments I've ever seen in Trek. The Cloudminders. I know some people really like this one. And Droxine's dress and, like, weird curvy top that doesn't leave a lot to the imagination is it's pretty great. But Kirk forcing two people into a space without any air where they can all die until they duke it out, yeah, that seems like an awful violation of the Prime Directive. Some cool things about, like, hey, masks, we know they work. It's this kind of spoke to 2020. Yep. Yeah. In the Cloudminders, there is a little bit of exploration there about the underclass down below and above. It does have a good Trek message. For me, it doesn't land. The ending kind of kills it. But maybe I should re-explore that again. Oh, yeah, Daedalus. We meet the inventor of the transporter who's trying to save his son that's been stuck in transporter whatever for limbo for years. Now here's my problem with this. They go to this region of space, which is clearly not super close to Earth because, like, Enterprise has to be the one to take them there. It's this, like, expanse with nothing else, so in case something went wrong, they didn't, mess up any other societies or habited systems. So early on in Enterprise, it had been confirmed that, very early, that, all right, this is the furthest humans have ever been. And even if you go, well, I was gonna say, even if you think, maybe they did this on a Vulcan ship, then they tell you that this is if that's the furthest that humans have ever been, then how the fuck did they get out here to do this experiment in the first place on the, like, warp 2 or 3 ships that they had pre-Enterprise? Yeah. It's just not a very satisfying conclusion. And then at the end, it's like the Bubba died in Vietnam scene in Forrest Gump, where they get his son back, but he lives for like a minute. And Haven, not to be confused with Fairhaven. This one has never made any sense to me either. So Troy's arranged marriage. Armin Shimmerman makes his second appearance in Trek as the treasure box face. And our first introduction to Loxana Troi, which is, at least she's funny in this one. She's not a great character, but she's fun. She really spices things up. The episode contains the worst hairstyling in all of Trek. Just go look at especially Yar, but also Crusher. The hair game just isn't there. But what I cannot fathom to this day. So this dude that she's supposed to be married to keeps having these premonitions of a woman, and this group of people that have supposedly been sequestered for decades on their ship because they have this, like, incurable plague that, like, they're like a typhoid Mary. They have their carriers, but it's not killing them. But anybody else that comes in contact with them will. So where did this kid come from? How is he this person's son? Like, I don't get it. Time squared. Another Picard shows up in a time loop, and we close the time loop. The problem is, the, like, entire episode is filler. That the premise is fine, but it's executed on a very low level. Wyatt Targaryen. Okay, I'd buy that. Oh, and you guys are talking about the expanse. Yeah, I tried watching the first episode, and it didn't do anything for me. And from what I've heard, it gets better as the show goes on. I'm definitely going to give it a shot at some point after I finish rewatching and taking notes for all of Battlestar Galactica, to come later this year. All right. Academy. And I know there's a lot of people out there that are like, all of Academy is worst Star Trek ever. And yes, all those people are Pac-Leds. Cozine is, like, I want to like it because for just a couple of scenes, I want to like it for Kareem Diane, Jaden in a dress as Darum's best man at a wedding that he never gets married at. Everything falls apart, and then, like, the B plot is just Caleb suntanning himself in the atrium. Okay, whatever. The outrageous O'Connor. Yeah, this this had potential. Okana has so freaking much charm as a character in what's otherwise a just terrible episode with a classic Trek premise. Okay, we're going to bring the two warring houses together through Okana and some Federation mediation and bring peace through, hey, she's pregnant and they're going to get married now. And then the B plot is Data going to an actual comedian in Whoopi Goldberg, telling him to go to the holodeck to learn comedy from Joe Piscopo. Okay, that was a choice. I mean, Woody Allen was the original intent of that character, which that may have aged even more poorly, knowing what kind of a person Woody Allen is now. But it might have been at least a little funnier. I thought I did a decent Woody Allen impression, and now I've heard my own voice, and I'm like, no. Okay. The disease. Because Harry Kim he cannot win, and even when he's just trying to get laid, space syphilis, man. We've all been there. Scotty certainly has. At 8:32, Resurrection, the DS9 episode where this is our first Mirror Universe episode. Mirror Universe Bareil comes back because reasons. Because he's working with the Intendant, but then decides not to in the end. He decides to be a better person. Yay. Metamorphosis. This one is another one of those like cool premises, but to me it's executed on a pretty low level. Hey, we found Zephram Cochrane, the inventor of the warp drive, and he's being kept alive and de-aged and loved by some mist creature. It's kind of like the finding out that the burn happened because of a sad Kelpian child. To find out Zephram Cochrane like went off into the great beyond and then was like saved by fog. All right. TAS, the slaver weapon. I think, and don't quote me, I think this is the first episode where we introduced the Kzinti, the like bad cat characters, after we'd already introduced Caitians, who are the good cat characters. I capture Spock and Uhura and Sulu, and then Kirk and crew rescue them. It's fine. Like it's not great. It's not bad. It's fine. Conscience of the King. Now this is an episode that I know some people would have even higher. Please keep in mind, this has moved up over 100 ranks. This was in my bottom 10. Because a couple of reasons. It starts on a play that, like, the sets are constructed in the same kind of way, poor 1960s way, that all of TOS is, like, on a planet kind of sets are constructed. And you don't know if you're watching... You don't know that you're watching a play until the camera literally pulls back and you see that it's on a stage and an audience. So that's not great, but that's pretty minor. I do really like this idea of like Kodos, the this governor of a planet that had to make really hard choices. It's like he chose to, in a hunger situation, before they could get rescued, it was either everybody dies or he decides, okay, we have enough food that half the people can live and we're just going to choose to exclude the other half. So it's this really interesting moral dilemma. But what mainly puts it where it is his daughter through the episode. Like everything that happens between her and Kirk, it's really boring girlfriend of the week stuff. And like her at the end with the crazy like hysterical woman trope, it just it doesn't do it for me by the end, but the premise is solid. It's just not executed well for me. Yes. If we got original Klingon Shakespeare out of him. You would get at least 50 more. Okay, at 8:28, Sunkatse. An episode at pretty much nearly the height of the WWF at the time's ratings in the late 90s. That was even when I was watching it because I was like 13. And we got The Rock early in his career. But honestly, like, this is the only episode that has J.G. Hertzler and Jeffrey Combs. And it really is not interesting. I didn't know for years that those two were in the episode even because they're in such heavy makeup. But even like J.G. Hertzler's character is mildly entertaining, but I really don't care about Jeffrey Combs' character. And that's saying something because I even like his character from his first appearance in DS9. Yeah, no Sunkatse for me. A Taste of Armageddon. Now, I know this is a controversial one. We have actually, it's the only episode in Buffer Time we have done twice because we forgot that we had done it years before. Though we got some new opinions the second time. I should love this. I love Cold War and nuclear drama. I have trouble getting past the outfits, which are so impractical that they don't make any sense. Security guards that wear a single pant overall. That if you ran in those, you are going to trip 9 times out of 10. And I really hate this idea of practicing war as a game. War is just a video game. I'd much rather watch War Games, the movie, than this. The premise really doesn't sit well with me personally. If you love this episode, and I know many do, great. No, okay, wow. There's so many things called Strange New Worlds. I was about to say this is the first episode of Strange New Worlds, which was named Strange New Worlds. No, this is Strange New World. The early Enterprise episode where they find their first uninhabited planet and camp in a cave and, do some mushrooms or whatever it is they do. They end up hallucinating because of spores on the wind, and turning against each other. And it's not great. Turnabout Intruder, something that I've seen many people say is the worst episode of Star Trek, or at least the worst episode of TOS. I only have it this high up for one reason, and it's the way that the actress that is later in the episode playing Kirk does a very good job pulling off all of William Shatner's mannerisms, and I really believe that she's Kirk. It's a dog shit script executed on a high level, at times at least. But yeah, the premise is not great, and the whole captains are just Starfleet captains. It's just a women's club or a men's club. Even though we've at least retroactively seen that that's thankfully not the case. Yeah, I understand why people hate it, but there's some really good acting in there. No, women in Utopia don't matter, according to this one. They're just there. The hysterical woman trope in TOS is the thing that it turns off multiple episodes for me that could have at least been mediocre. What's next? Oh, Babel. Babel, because Babel is a whole different thing. Babel's a planet. This is Babel because it's like the Tower of Babel. The crew gets this disease where they just start talking nonsense, and it takes a while to cure it. And that's the entire episode. Moving on. Lower Decks, Strange Energies. I like this one more than I think where it is, where some of my buffer time peoples have ranked it, but not by a lot. It basically takes the first episode from season one's premise, brings it back around for a second laugh, and literally makes Commander Ransom larger than life. Yeah, it's trying to mix the first episode of that with the first episode of TOS, with Where No Man Has Gone Before, and they even like lean into that so hard that like Dr. Tana is like, well, how did we kill this is how we killed Gary Mitchell. Okay. Yay? Yeah, it's fine, I guess. 2 days and 2 nights. The first of the Ryza episodes. Every time we go to the pleasure planet, nobody has a good time. Flame that dark true salt, buddy. Flame it on. Yeah, Trip and Reed deserved to get mugged in that episode for what they were wearing. That is the most hideous men's clothing choice ever. This like leisure suit thing. Just no. Archer's plot is actually pretty good. But like he also has a very bad time and gets mugged. Hoshi's the only one that both has a good time and has a good outcome. So hooray for Hoshi. Finally something good happened to her. Bread and circuses, more Roman fucking nonsense. This one at least has a plot that you can follow start to finish. I do really like how they've woven Roman culture into every aspect of what's more of a modern life. Like the name of the cars is like the Jupiter 8. So like they at least tried to do something new and fresh. I'm still not crazy about it. I don't know why at the end of TOS there is multiple episodes about a crashed captain messing with the culture, because within I think it's 5 episodes, 3 of them, this Patterns of Force and the Omega Glory are all about Starfleet captains that crash on a planet or end up on a planet and mess with their society. So this is just more of the same. Mining the Mind's Mines. For a long time, this was my least favorite Lower Decks episode. For me, the only thing that lands as a joke is the Leah Brahms joke. But even then, it like paints that like all engineers are sexually attracted to Leah Brahms. Hooray. If wishes were horses. This is just completely over the top, and it's another classic Trek trope of a higher civilization looking at testing humanity through weird nonsense. But at least Sisko gets his ubiquitous baseball out of this. I would like to know more about these people that travel the galaxy, learning about other civilizations by making themselves part of their fantasy characters. I don't know. But I would like to know more about like why did they specifically give Sisko his baseball? Do they have something to do with the prophets? You know, do they at least know the prophets or something? Or was it just ordained and like the prophets knew that these people would give Sisko the ball eventually, because that's like a big part of the show. Keyless. Picard never hit me. Great. Okay, so Vosh comes back. Sans Picard, that's not very interesting. Q on Deep Space Nine. Not very interesting for Q. It's better than... actually, purely for Q, I was going to say it's better than Encounter at Farpoint as an episode it is. As far as Q, no, actually Q's worse here. And then Cupid, which I mean, I think is only this high up because it's so absurd that it's mildly charming. It's still not good. And I don't understand why it takes halfway through the episode before we start the Sherwood thing. It's just really boring setup. And Q doesn't even like pop his head up for about a third of the episode. And then once we know he's around, then he does a thing and we only have half an episode in Sherwood Forest. I don't know. Yeah, that's the only reason it's as high as it is. Like it's a time capsule. The late 80s and early 90s had this Robin Hood revival thing where there was a ton of movies and shows around Robin Hood. So I guess Star Trek needed to do one too. But hey, at least Patrick Stewart is unlike some other Robin Hoods, speaks in an English accent. And yes, you're right, Norman. It is more of a Vosh episode, but yeah. Okay, what's next? The Counterclock Incident, the final episode of TAS, where we're introduced to a white Robert April, which will be retconned, and that's fine by me. Don't really care. Like all the crew. So we already had an episode where all the crew gets so small. TAS keeps doing this and playing with this concept of like, okay, the crew's gonna get really small and we've got to figure out how to get them big before they're not. And then there's the Lorelei signal, which is like all the men. I don't even remember what happened to the men, but it's only the women that are unaffected. But and Uhura ends up in command, and that's actually pretty decent. But so like, and this one, you've got all the crew getting younger, but I think is he just a Commodore? Either way, Robert April is so old that like by the time the rest of the crew are babies, he's still old enough to like figure it out and get the ship out of danger. So it sets up Robert April, who was the original captain of the Enterprise in the first draft before they even did the cage. Yeah, I don't know why they kept doing that to the Doctor on Voyager early on. It's like they were just trying to test out some 90s effects, and that's what we got. Elan of Troyes, an episode with some amazing outfits. She, at least until um, the lawyer in Ad Aspera per Aspera, Elan of Troyes probably had the best wardrobe in all of Trek. The episode, though, is like, all right, well, she's this like kind of troglodyte until Kirk like domesticates her. It's weird, but at least there's like a satisfying ending, and Kirk helps take her from like savage to more eloquent. Yes, yes, you're correct. And I can't admit that's not even like her name. Elan is the title. Oh, or Dolam is the title. I hate. There's so much going around in this, and then like even Scotty brings it back up in Relics. Like, oh, I once met the Dolam of Elas. Like, okay, why does she have so many names and titles? And I'm not even talking about like in a good way, like Daenerys Targaryen, Mother of Dragons, blah 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 blah, or Loxana Troy, daughter of the Fifth House. Okay, 814. We are at Bounty, the episode where T'Pol gets all horned up and does a faux pon far and like almost causes an outbreak of the disease on the ship because she's like so crazy. and it's not the best episode. Singularity, an episode where it just not a lot happens. This is kind of like God, we haven't gotten to yet, but the DS9 episode where Cisco builds a freaking clock. And everybody turns on each other, and then, like, they keep getting closer to this black hole and it's affecting them. And Reed creates the Reed alert. Nah, we'll stick with the klaxon we already have. Nemesis. Not the movie, the Voy episode. This one's come up in my eyes over the years. It has a really deep, interesting message, but it's executed in a really weird way where it feels like we just wanted to make Chakotay Rambo for a minute. And it doesn't play out super well for me anyway. Yeah, I don't know if the writing's bad, if the acting's bad, or a bit of both. Oh, Tuvix, you poor bastard. I am in the camp of I would have liked to have seen Tuvix for the rest of the season than either Tuvok and Neelix separately. Yeah. Kathy fucked up. The Survivors. I know some people like this one, and I will tell you that I think the last scenes in The Survivors are one of the best endings in all of Star Trek. The whole thing where you get the reveal of him being a Dowd and what he did, it's shocking. It makes sense. But then, like, the rest of the entire episode is really bad filler. The Enterprise fights a ship that's not really there multiple times. Deanna's just, like, screaming with a fucking music box music in her head. And I just, no. If it weren't for the end, if it did not end so well, this would be basically at the bottom. Here's one I know some people like enjoy all the way through. I think it's fine, but I think it's like just too classic sci-fi. This is like, you know, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. This is like very 1950s sci-fi premise. I do like the scene on the holodeck where they're recreating a table. So if the most interesting part is creating a table on the holodeck, yeah, that's why it's here. The Forsaken at 8:08. DS9 episode where we first get Majel, and this is it's a good Majel episode. She gets trapped with Odo in the lift, and despite her being classic annoying Lwaxana, it really works. Played against Rene Auberjonois, the two of them together are almost as excellent of a pairing as Quark and Odo. The thing that really brings this one down is the main focus. The A plot is this probe. Another probe in Star Trek that shows up and messes with our main characters. And at the end, O'Brien's like, yep, I will make sure it, because it's like basically a pet. It's like a dog computer program. And O'Brien says that he will take care of it and feed it and walk it and whatever he says. We never hear about this thing again, but it's like its own AI program that now lives in the station's computer. I wonder if it got deleted when all of the main cast went into Julian's holodeck program and they had to wipe like all computer memory. I'm going to go with that. I just thought that up, but that's my new headcanon. Yeah, I agree, Norman. They're just with Schisms, it did feel unfinished. The ending, it's just yeah, all right. We found out where they are. Okay, and now they're not going to come for us anymore. All right. Shuttle Pod 1. Well, here's one of those where you just put two people in a phone booth. It's one of the most bottle episodes of Trek ever. It's fine. Find out that Reed and Trip are Eskimo brothers through a waitress named Ruby that we will see again. We will actually see through Archer's eyes later from the 409 Club, I think. Yeah, I mean, you build up a lot of backstory for Trip and Reed and give them some bonding, but it's not satisfying the way like Waltz is, where you just stick two people in a small space. Let that be your last battlefield. Now, this is a classic episode of TOS. There's a very deep and very direct social and political message here about minorities and different color skin, where you got the half black and half white aliens, and the only reason they hate each other is because which side the black and white is on their face. That's fine. Like the ending really hits when they're showing like everything on fire and they're using footage from the Watts riots. But everything up to that point, it's so fillery and so hokey, and they just kind of keep going at each other. And Kirk's like, "Yeah, come on, break it up, you two." And that's basically like the entire episode until you get a really good message at the end. So much like The Survivors, great ending and a moral message, not executed on the best level. Where silence has lease. There's definitely no coffee in this nebula. This is Nagilum, just another higher being messing with humanity because it can. I don't have much to say about this one. It is. There's so little happens, and for any kind of real reason. Yes, Norman, I know it's really hard to believe that there was woke Trek, especially in the 60s. Like, man, what? How would we ever had nothing was woke? It wasn't woke back then. So we didn't use the word woke. So it's not woke according to some people. Yeah. Yeah, it is bizarre. I almost wish they'd brought the character back and tried to do it justice in another series. Like even Enterprise, it could have been really interesting if they had encountered Magillum, but then I guess it wouldn't have seen him anyway. We are at Battle Lines, the DS9 episode where Kai Opaka dies and is reborn, but can't ever leave this planet again. And it bothers me that we never went back to this well. We never went back to the planet. We never took Kai Wynn to have a face-to-face with Opaka, which should have been. And it's a shame. Like, the episode itself is just, it's got this interesting message at the end, but again, not executed on a high level throughout. I'm really bored watching it. Speaking of boring episodes, Silent Enemy. So this ship just comes and attacks Enterprise and then pisses off for a while. And then they repair a bit. And then it comes back and attacks them again. And then fucks off. And then comes back until they figure out how to beat it. I guess it's the thing about standing up to bullies. But there's just nothing here. They get attacked for no reason. The aliens leave for no reason. And then they destroy like all of the communications buoys that they've been dropping so that they can get signals back to Earth in a timely manner. Oh, hello. It is Del. Ah. Yes, 6 a.m. comes so early. I'm going to need more coffee here soon. Okay, let's get a few more in and then we'll do a break. Get to 800. The host, the first time we learn about symbionts and that humans can hold them under certain circumstances. even if the makeup is way different than what we've become used to later. And I'm glad they changed it. This is really generic prosthetic of the week stuff. I do like the like Trill tattoo thing. But here, I almost love, I want to kind of like it until the end when, you know, in any other series, I don't think they would have ended it like this, but where Bev's like, she's willing to keep being with this symbiont being, even when it's Will Riker, but get a female host body. She's just not into that. And that's fine, but if the whole message going through the episode was, I love you no matter what, I'll do anything for love, I won't do that. Okay, Aquiel. Geordi, buddy, you gotta figure out when it's appropriate and when it's not to get involved with a woman. You know, maybe holodeck recreations of a real person that you admire, maybe not the best idea. Maybe the woman that you're investigating for murder, maybe not the best idea, bro. Not the best idea. And then the Mr. Peanut morphogenic creature at the end from the dog. That's anyway. Okay, number 800, and then we will take a break. Voxala, the lead up to my least favorite Enterprise episode, A Night in Sickbay. We meet the Cretaceans, who had been on a planet recently of these like web of snot across the entire planet and accidentally took some of it with them, which ends up on Enterprise and kills a crew member and incapacitates Archer and Trip, and yay, space boogers. Isn't this nice? Okay, so I've been here almost 3 hours. Time for the second break. We're 152 episodes in. We're right on target for where we need to be. So let's see if I can do this without my screen freaking out this time.
We've taken over the airwaves now. Don't change the station. Take a walk, play the game. Live my life, it's all the same. Slowly going, what a shame. I'm feeling so empty. Don't know how I should feel. I'm not sure if it's real. But the world turns, life goes on. I've seen it all before. Slipping in so peacefully, lulled into a dreamless sleep. Feel you creeping close to me, slipping in peacefully, letting go so easily. Drift into the final sleep as you're lying next to me, slipping in peacefully. I'm alive in the night. We are in a living hell. I know this is a curse. Now you know how to kill. Don't tell me what to do. One more time before I go. In the silence of the mind, there is a hole inside, slipping in so peacefully, lulled into a dreamless sleep. Feel you creeping close to me, slipping in peacefully, letting go so easily. Drift into the final sleep as you're lying next to me, slipping in peacefully. Slipping in so peacefully. Feel you creeping close to me, letting go so easily. Feel you lying next to me, so peaceful, slipping in so peacefully, lulled into a dreamless sleep. Feel you creeping close to me, slipping in peacefully, letting go so easily. Drift into the final sleep as you're lying next to me, slipping in peacefully.
Okay, we're back. I thought that was going to be full screen, but it didn't. I don't know what is going on here. Anyway, we're back. We're done with that for now. Next time I do a break, I will show some exclusive content and not just the "we will be back" scenes. Thanks for sticking with me. That was my band Portending Honor. All right. Where the heck are we? Okay. The Cloud at number 799. The Voy episode where there is still no coffee in that nebula because we breached a living life form in space and now we got to make it better. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's a fine episode. It's exactly what I just said. Yeah, okay. 798 Heart of Glory, the first episode of TNG to bring back the Klingons. It even kind of appears that they're part of the Federation at that point because they have both the Klingon Empire symbol and the Federation symbol in their rear view. When you see the Klingon captain, Worf has to make a moral choice. Yeah, okay. A lot of what I'm going to say coming up is going to be, yeah, it's fine. Because that's pretty much it. As far as season 1 goes, yeah, it's actually pretty good. 797 DS9's Time's Orphan, where all O'Brien's concerned must suffer when Molly O'Brien goes back in time, and then they try to re-educate her when they find her later after she's been like a Lord of the Flies kid all by herself. Discovery's Stormy Weather. Okay, this, and I know some people really like this one, and I cannot fathom why. This is the episode during the 10C and what did they call it? Not the anomaly. The DMA. Where they go inside the wake of it and then they get trapped in nothingness. What really bothers me about this episode is towards the beginning, they're like, there's something coming for the ship. What is it? Nothing, apparently, because it's never touched on again. They have to get out of here or else. Yeah, that's basically it. Burnham almost dies at the end, and I was actually kind of pulling for that ending. Not because I dislike Burnham like a lot of people, but because the episode just, there wasn't enough going on. But hey, Grudge was in it, so I can't hate it all the way. TNG's The Loss, where Troy loses her powers her empathic powers, and just kind of is an asshole to everybody for the rest of the episode, and that's it, and that's why it's where it is. Oh, don't forget there's Ensign Janeway, not that Janeway. Melora. I know this is Dell's favorite. This was one of our most watched buffer times ever. Where we talked about this and ableism and how this was not a very good view of it. It does have its moments, but it's another one of those Bashir dates his or tries to date his patients, and that's not good. 793 Fusion. So we meet a group of Vulcans that have rejected total logic, and some of them are, fine, normal people. It's like in a society of mostly theists meeting some atheists, and at least one of them is not good. Voyager, where we run into the second caretaker, known as second worst villain name in Trek, Suspiria. At least we get Gary Graham's first appearance. I believe it's his first appearance in Trek. He recurs across several roles in the franchise. Late great actor, but Yeah, like Cass sets everything on fire and Suspiria just kind of fucks off at the end, and that's like they trap her, let her go, and woo, that's like the ending just fails. Oh, the Schizoid Man, where Data meets his grandpa. Trying to remember his name, William. The last name's not coming to me because his son was also in Trek and a bunch of other stuff. Um, his son plays Icheb's dad, and also in Battlestar Galactica, the lawyer that lawyers for several people. I can't remember his name either. Um, but yeah, this one's like it's kind of creepy the way Ira Graves kind of comes on to his former assistant from the dead through Data. But otherwise, it's mildly entertaining. Gives Data some backstory. Oh, well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, they're both pretty well known for sci-fi stuff. I didn't realize they were in Doctor Who too. Hmm. Oh yeah, Tuvok's melting face, and then he's like, "Fine, dermal regenerator. Yeah, no big deal. Just because Kess can set you on fire from a subatomic level. Yeah, no biggie, no biggie. Those stars, they sure be trekking today, my friend. They sure be trekking. All right, where are we? 790 DS9 Rivals, where Prince Humperdinck or whatever comes and supposed to be Guinan's son, but then they couldn't get Whoopi Goldberg for it, so they dropped that angle. But he's another Elorian and like has this gets this device that changes the nature of probability. Yeah, it's fine. It's an interesting premise. It's a lot of just pure fun for Quark more than anything. Innocence, where we meet a race of people that get younger as they age, but Tuvok doesn't know that till the very end and has to take care of a bunch of Stern Vulcan. It's like And the Children Shall Lead for Voy, but better in some ways. But it has never grabbed my attention, even ever since seeing it first run. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a lot to say about Innocence. It just kind of is. Let he who is without sin. I've heard people say that this is the worst DS9 episode or one of the worst in Trek. And then when you're like, but it's about avoiding being in a cult. And I had one person tell me once, like, well, I didn't need an episode of Trek to tell me that. There are so many parallels here to Donald Trump and what we're dealing with in the US right now. Yeah, somebody needed to hear that message. A whole lot of people, actually, about why you don't join charismatic cult leaders. But I like it's not a great premise, but it's not executed super well. But I mean, Vanessa Williams, cool. Obsession. Most of the captains in Trek get their white whale moment, and this is Kirk's, where he just has to go after this creature that killed a bunch of his crew on the Farragut years before, and now they found it again, and he's got to take it out before it gets other people, even though he's being ordered by Starfleet to go take care of the mission that he's supposed to be doing and doesn't. Like I understand both sides of it, and it's merely fine, but it's just like the honey creature. Let's kill this creature, this cloud that smells like honey. All right, well that's an episode. Hide and Q. This is the second Q episode, and it was originally a lot lower than this, because 90% of it, like everything on the planet, even Riker being a Q for a minute, is just, it's not interesting. It's not satisfying. The only reason it's as high as it is the one scene between Q and Picard. When Q realizes, like, he's messing with Riker because he thinks Riker is the, you know, one in humanity that will do what he thinks he's going to do. But really, I think this is the moment where he realizes that Picard's the target that he should be going after in the future. Because they go back and forth about Shakespeare, and it's a really poignant moment. The rest of the episode's dog shit. And the Doctor does opera because the Doctor does opera. And that's, yeah. So a race of people that are super good at math and are a trading hub that, you know, dozens of other species come to, don't know what music is. And that is so unbelievable to me that anything the rest of the episode has going for it, which is just the, you know, the Doctor being the Doctor, falls apart. Speaking of things that fall apart, Vanishing Point from Enterprise, where Hoshi disappears in a transporter accident, but it's not even really an accident. It's just her pattern not being fully resolved, and she experiences a couple of days of her disappearing in the span of seconds in the transporter buffer. Okay, it's very boring. Friendship 1. This could have been an okay episode, but we need justice for Joe. Joe Carey deserved better. Yes. That's all I'm going to say there. I honestly don't even know if it's this high, because the plot is like, okay, it's a standard, like, all right, well, we help this planet kind of thing. But we killed Joe Carey like 3 episodes before the end of the series, who's been there since day 1. The Arsenal of Freedom, where we get a bunch of Crusher backstory, but is otherwise pretty lower end of mediocre. I would love the spin-off comic where Riker is the captain of the Lollipop, though. Hashtag justice for Joe. It's a great ship, even. Precious Cargo. Now, here's one people love to hate. And a lot of what I hear is that, oh, her acting, because she's not an actress, she's a model. I can't remember her name. But honestly, I don't find her acting all that bad. The writing, not great. I find the acting fine. It's like everything about it, I just find fine. I neither like or dislike it. It's just another one of those lower end of mediocre episodes of Trek. Yeah. For once, Trip, I mean, he is suffering, but it's not as bad as other times where he suffers. And yes, Friendship 1 is better than Terra Nova, for sure. TNG's Eye of the Beholder. This one's at least weird, and it's kind of a different premise for Star Trek. We get like a post-empathic echo or whatever it is of some shenanigans that happened at the Utopia Planitia shipyards while the Enterprise was being built. And Troy sees it and almost becomes the at least 3rd, if not 4th victim of this thing. It sets up there like her thing with Worf for the rest of the season, which was honestly to me weirder than Chakotay and Seven. I want more of Chakotay and Seven. Could have done without the Worf Deanna storyline altogether. The Vengeance Factor, where this chick that looks like might as well be Kai Wynn comes on board, and then Riker has to phaser his love interest of the week to death at the end. Cool. The Infinite Vulcan. This one I would have put a little lower. Um, it's the premise is fine. It's executed super badly, and TAS is guilty a lot of the time for like time constraints and budget. They reuse the same clips throughout episodes and across episodes. This one they keep reusing a lot of the same clips over and over, and there's so little actual runtime. Um, yeah, it is. A Fistful of Datas. I know people like this one, and there's another moment that people don't like with Brent Spiner that we'll get to a lot later. I don't really like this one. For one, I'm not a big fan of Westerns. I find it interesting that a British guy is directing an American Western here. This was directed by Patrick Stewart. And I guess he forgot that he had to act too because he's contractually obligated to be in every episode of Star Trek, TNG. And in this one of the only scenes he's in, he comes to engineering and is like, well, maybe I could just move around some of these isolinear chips. That would be a good help, right? And Geordi's like, no, get. And the episode itself, like, yeah, Data showing up and basically pulling out his West Virginia voice man from Night Court. Okay, cool. I have an appreciation for that more as an adult now that I've seen all of Night Court, but the episode is not that fascinating. Yep, what I just said. And that's just it. It's more Appalachian than Western, but it's Brent Spiner being Brent Spiner. I think I had this a lot lower originally, and it's been moved. And this is fine because it can be a good time. It's one of those episodes that anybody can watch, whether you know Star Trek or not. Is it a great episode? Not really. I do like Brent Spiner in a dress at the end, though. Oh, and Heroes and Demons, where we're going to do Beowulf at 775 and add some characters. The character Freya is not in Beowulf. Wholly made up out of whole cloth. Yep. Oh, are we talking about Fistful of Datas in a Western getup? Yeah, that's all right. That's not bad. I think I like Deanna Troi as Durango, Counselor Durango. I like her as Durango better than I like her as Troi in most episodes of TNG. She is the most underwritten character in that show. For me, it took till season 6 with Face of the Enemy before we got a good Troi episode, and that's not great. But yeah, the Heroes and Demons episode, this is another one that I've always just been bored by. I mean, it gave the Doctor a chance to do something in the first season, but yeah, it just is. It's like A Fistful of Datas. Like we're taking these like old-timey stories and updating them and putting them on the holodeck, and it's here. Persistence of Vision. We bring back Kathy's Hollow novel, and in the end, they again, like Suspiria, they corner this alien who's not really there, but at least like Suspiria, you knew what she was and what she was up to. We have no idea to this day what this alien's thing was. Why was he messing with the ship and Janeway specifically? We'll never know. And yes, the fourth floor. I mentioned that in the first one in Cathixis. What's on the fourth floor? 30 years later, I'm waiting. We brought this back in Prodigy, and I still don't know what's on the fourth floor. But I'll take any chance to get Carolyn Seymour. Exile. Yeah, we basically do Beauty and the Beast, but with Hoshi. And that's, yeah, it's pretty much it. But it's pivotal to the Xindi arc. He's got information. She's got what he wants. And it's uncomfortable. But it is one of the first episodes where Hoshi, like, comes out of her shell and becomes more than the, like, timid character that's just there because she's great at languages. Profit motive. This is when Zek, the Grand Nagus of the Ferengi Alliance, comes under the spell of the prophets, where they try to make him a better person. Which seems weird because, like, well, maybe it's not. They did it for Ben, but Ben was their emissary. I'm not sure why they care about Zek more than anybody else. Why they would even entertain an audience, even if he had one of their orbs. Yeah, it's got its moments. It's got little bits of funny stuff throughout, but that's about it. Data lore. I'll be honest, I don't know why this is this high. The name of the episode is so underwhelming. It's one of the worst named episodes in Trek. Oh, data and lore. What are we going to name this? Data lore. Yeah, not the best thing we get out of this is the meme format that's still popular to this day about, you know, anytime you have a weird spelling of something or phrasing. Voice initiations, where Chakotay gets Aaron Eisenberg his name as a Kazon. Great, more Kazon episodes. I love Aaron Eisenberg, and I love that they crossed him over. I just wish it had been a better episode. Menage a Troy. There's some good Beta Z outfits, not including when the Ferengi make them naked. Again, fine. This is Ethan Phillips. I believe this is Ethan Phillips' first appearance in Trek, as a Ferengi. And we get that awesome thing at the end with Picard, like quoting Shakespeare to get back Loxana Troy. So, like, it has some amount of charm. Not the best episode, not the worst. A Private Little War. It's kind of underwhelming. I feel like the Mugato was added in just for runtime, because it really doesn't have anything to do with the plot. And now, to this day, we get the Gamato, Mugato, potato jokes. It's an analogy to what was going on at the time with proxy wars between the US and the USSR funding various sides of conflicts around the world, never actually meeting up in nuclear annihilation, but will have other people, you know, kill themselves on our behalf. It's interesting that regard, but it's like, it's a really underwhelming episode as a whole. And the civilization, like, they are so... Why was Kirk even here on this pre-Borg planet? They are so far behind, and they are so far of from being a technological civilization that this even to like try and keep it out of Klingons' hands. No, I'm glad that in the end he's like, no, we're not going to give them the guns. So this is the one that I was trying to think of before, where one of the most interesting parts of Legacy is that it uses a set extension from Megamaid from Spaceballs in the tunnels behind people. And yeah, as Scott brings up here, yeah, I always think like, yeah, this is very Sarah Connor. That's definitely what they were going for. For visiting this war-torn planet, that it's still not clear, like, was this a human colony that devolved? Is this just human-looking people that this planet became this way? I have a lot of questions still. The ending for this one isn't super satisfying. We're like, oh yeah, our sister's just turned out to be a terrorist. What can you do? TNG's The High Ground. Similar thing. This is an analogy to a lot of like the stuff going on with the IRA in Ireland versus Britain, and separating. And it wasn't even allowed to be shown on British television for a lot of years because of the mention of the Irish reunification of 2024. That didn't happen. What an odd title today. So for the animated series, The Jihad, which simply means holy war, but we have, I think, much different view of this term post 9/11 than in the 70s. This is actually one of TAS's better episodes where, like, Kirk and a bunch of other top people in their fields have to go and help get back a relic for one civilization so that they don't end up going to war because it's gone. The setup isn't great, but the execution and the friends they make along the way are definitely worth watching as far as TAS episodes go. Voyager's Resistance at 764. This dude thinks that the Janeway's his daughter. He's kind of gone because this fascist government has cooked his wife and his daughter and used him to just make an example out of as a fool. There's a lot of interesting parallels and like classic exploration of don't do an authoritarianism that Trek's been trying to tell us ever since the 60s. Did we listen? Yeah. This one's interesting, not executed on the best level. Not bad, though. DS9's Covenant. God, like, we explore some really weird things through a Trek lens sometimes. And Dukat doing a Jonestown on Empok Nor is one of the weirdest ones. Of all the ways to bring him back in season 7, after we've done Waltz and set him up to be the ultimate villain, is just, it's really bizarre. And why any Bajoran would follow him for any reason is beyond me. I'm not big on wrongs darker than death or night, but that's far and above this one as far as like weird Dukat moments. The Bonding. This kid's mom dies on a away team that Worf commands. And then the ghost of Christmas past of this planet tries to make it all better for him. And then Worf brings him into his house and we never hear about this kid again. Great. Voyager's Lineage at 761. I don't like this premise from start to finish. Like, there's a good message about bullying in there somewhere, but Torres, like, really wanting to change her offspring genetically because reasons. Because she doesn't like herself, so she wants her kid to, in theory, be liked more by her. I think is truly the thing. I get she's like, oh, I don't want my kid to experience what I did. Yeah, it doesn't have the best intentions, but there is a message about bullying in there. All the World's a Stage from Prodigy. This is our first Prodigy on the list, almost 200 into it. The Enterpriseians. This was a culture contaminated by Kirk. And even though it's like in the Gamma Quadrant, we won't try to think how warp travel actually worked anytime before TNG. or how far you could go into the galaxy, because it falls apart pretty quickly. Prodigy in general, that's one of its worst failings, is that it makes the galaxy seem small. You've got races from all over the Delta Quadrant doing stuff somewhere not too far into the Delta Quadrant from the Alpha and Beta. Yeah, anyway, this one's just kind of weird. There's not a lot going on, but it's still better than a lot of other Trek. Oh, the price. I don't even honestly know why this is as high as it is. This has the worst music cues in all of Star Trek. Especially when Devanani Ral is like getting all touchy-feely with Troy's hair. Yeah. Basically everything about Devanani Ral is terrible. I actually do like the Barza and wormhole thing and what it sets up for False Prophets and Voyager. That's what I can say about that. The A plot's fine. The B plot is, wow, one of the worst in Trek. All right, two-parter, Time's Arrow. Again, here's another Western. I'm not the biggest fan. We're 200 up from the bottom. This isn't at the bottom or anything. It's just, yeah, that's lower than False Prophets in my mind. At least I have fun watching False Prophets. Like most of the price, I cringe every time Troy and Devanani Ral come on screen. At least False Prophets is funny and has moments. So Time's Arrow. Okay, we get some good backstory with Guinan and how she met Picard truly. I don't feel like its runtime is warranted. It needed more than an episode, but both episodes seem to be reaching for time. This is like a 1.5 parter, truly. And I do love Samuel Clemens, Mark Twain in it. He's probably the best part. Is there, in truth, no beauty? From TOS. This is the second time we get Diana Muldaur as a different character. This one's at least, it has an interesting premise with a race that doesn't have gender, with the Medusans. There's some interesting stuff between Spock and both the Medusan and Diana Muldaur's character. But there's also an awful lot of filler. I really don't care what's going on between her and her assistant and his like jealousy. Yep. That's it. She was a wonderful Trek actress, and I wish we had gotten more of her in TNG, even if she just came back for an episode as a cameo. But Diana Muldaur almost stopped acting after TNG. She only has a few credits after that. Yeah, this one's fine. I just watched it the other night to remind myself of it, and it's no, this is exactly where it is. An interesting premise with an awful lot of filler. Random thoughts. Torres has bad thoughts, and there's a society that doesn't like that. But there's a subculture that really likes that. And Tuvok has got the worst thoughts of us all. He's just good at suppressing it. Emanations, where Harry Kim goes to the afterlife, or changes places with somebody going to the afterlife. However you want to look at it, there's some interesting philosophical debates here, but it's also just another Harry Kim must suffer. He literally has to die to get back to Voyager in a just hope and pray, a yeet and pray moment. 753 Evolution. For a first episode of a third season, which is like the first season of TNG, that got decent. Still has problems. Not as bad as season 1 and 2. This is one of the most underwhelming episodes of season 3. So, not a great place to start. But again, like most things here, it's fine. I neither love it nor hate it. It is always Wesley's fault. Oh, you like Emanations now? Like I can see there is some good philosophical debate to be had there. As an episode of Star Trek, The Swarm. The Doctor needs to be rebooted or fixed in a very delicate procedure. And that's pretty decent. The A plot about the tiny ships coming after Voy, it's not super interesting. It's just another enemy of the week to fill some time. Prodigy's Asylum, where the kids accidentally infect a Federation comms array with the progenitor virus. I know Scott will help me. What's the thing that's on Protostar that's going to infect the entire Federation? But yeah, and then the living construct, that's right. And yeah, I remember Barnes Frex. I remembered him because he's this weird little dude that'll come back around again in another episode. Yeah, it's fine. It moves the story along, but it's not super interesting as far as Prodigy goes. Oh god, here's one that I would definitely rank lower. I straight out hate TNG's liaisons. There is nothing good about this for me. There's maybe a chuckle moment when like that one ambassador that is just eating his way through the entire course of the replicator. And even making Deanna Troi sick of chocolate. But the like fake forced love story for Picard and the antagonistic ambassador that wants to get hit by Worf, it just this episode annoys me to no end. Hatchery. Archer becomes the mother to some insectoids, Indy. Because chemicals. Don't put chemicals in the water. They turn the frogs gay. That's what this episode's trying to tell us. I think. Because otherwise it's not very good. Assignment Earth. The final episode in TOS Season 2. Back when... there was the write-in campaign that got them a Season 3. But I'm pretty sure when this was written and filmed, they were assuming that this was the final episode of Star Trek, and Gene Roddenberry was trying his best to get himself another show. Now, that being said, as an episode of television, or as a pilot, I would probably put this higher. As an episode of Star Trek, it might not even be as low enough. Because I'm genuinely intrigued by what's going on with Gary Seven and Isis, and the whole supervisor thing. But all of the Trek aspects literally get in the way of the plot. This is just Spock and Kirk getting in the way of a thing that needs to happen, that somebody else is trying to fix, until they get out of the way at the end. Otherwise, like, I would have watched this show. It seems like a slightly more serious, but still with a comedic beats version of Get Smart, which I loved. Spectre of the Gun. Now, here's one I know some people enjoy. For me, it's just another season 3 of TOS episode. And I'll start with the good. I actually like the facade, just the facades of this Western town. Since this is not a real thing, I kind of love that they did that. Because originally, this was supposed to be done on one of the standing Western town sets, but that would have cost too much, and they were trying to save money in the budget, which was already constrained in Season 3, for a couple of other episodes, like the Enterprise incident and such. So I do like the facades. It's very dreamlike. It goes with what's going on. What I don't like is that the majority of the episode is them trying to make weapons. Okay, that makes sense for what's happening because they're like getting ready to duke it out with Wyatt Earp and whoever else. But by the end, then all their weapons get taken or just blinked away from them. So everything they did was for naught. So most of the run of the episode is filler. And to like cap it all off, when they go to this planet, there is a buoy that that is very clear that they don't want to be contacted. Do not come here. What do? Yeah, let's just ignore that in the Prime Directive because we have orders to see this planet, even though this planet is like, no, don't come here. And then they go there. Yeah. Cool. Okay. We've gotten more than 200 into this thing. With less than 4 hours, we are on track. Love this. At 7:46, the 37s. I find this to be an interesting premise. I don't think enough happens in the episode. Like, oh, we found Amelia Earhart. And hey, we set a starship down without crashing it for the first time in the franchise. Cool. What else you got? Oh, we're gonna sit around and talk for the rest of the episode. Okay. Merely fine. Cool premise. I love the Amelia Earhart thing. I kind of wish she'd stayed on the ship. But it makes sense for her to stay where she was, too. Yeah, I know it's about 30 too high. Or even if it had been one below at 7:47. Give the 37s a 47 reference, won't you? Okay, Voyager's alter ego, where Kim gets infatuated with a hollow character who turns out not to be a hollow character, and then she takes a liking to Tuvok. Yay, and then the rest of the episode is Tuvok rebuffing her and getting her the help she needs at the end. That's something. I like if you take the message away that if you need help, get it. Great. Otherwise, this is just sexy swimsuits on the holodeck. Here's one that I know some people do truly enjoy, but Wrong's Darker Than Death or Night. It's another one where so late in the run, this is just another, for me, excuse for Dukat to poke his head up and be like, hey, Kira, I knew your mom the same way I want to know you. And it doesn't work for me. I can understand if you love it, great. I'm just going to move on. Second Skin, Kira as a Cardassian agent. This is another one that has a lot of potential. I don't think enough actually happens in it. I mean, it sets up the better episode where Kenny Gamor goes to DS9 later, and then he and Kira get to have a bunch of really salient, poignant conversation about, well, you committed war crimes in the past, but those were in the past. I'm a different person now. So there's a lot to explore there. And this sets it up, but honestly, in this one, the best moments for me are like when Garrick goes a little gung-ho, and he's not the focus of the episode, so it's fine. It's enjoyable. Yeah, I wonder that too, Scott. Is he just into Kira? Is she just into Nerys because of her mom? And the answer is probably because he's a friggin' weirdo like that. I've had this thought before too. Is Seska Gamor's actual daughter? Maybe. I mean, you'd think if they took all the trouble to make Kira look like her, though, that she'd look like Seska. So probably not, but that is a good thought. Ferengi love songs, where Quark goes home and all hell breaks loose in his closet. Every time he opens his closet, there's somebody there. And it's yeah, his mom's with the Grand Nagus. Yay. It's fine. It's funny. It has its moments. Any chance to get Wallace Shawn and Jeffrey Combs, I'll take. 741, The Least Dangerous Game. Oh yeah, okay. So Billups and Rutherford just get like pampered, but are really bad at cultural norms and picking up on signals and doing the right thing with a culture they don't understand. When really it should be Mariner and Ransom doing that job. It's this way to like correct Mariner and bring her from more rogue to more Starfleet centered, but it's not the best episode. Like, it makes sense within the arc that's happening. Yeah, it's only an okay episode. Yep. Yay, technobabble. Okay. Interface. Honestly, I think this one probably deserves lower. It starts with this really cool premise with like Geordi gets a droid that he can control. And that's pretty cool, but this whole thing with his mom just goes nowhere. And I want the resolution to his mom's storyline. Like, what happened to the Hera? Is it in Nagilam's realm? Was it destroyed? Did it go back in time? I mean, given all the things that can happen in Star Trek, I doubt it was destroyed. If they can't find any evidence of it, just something weird happened to it. And I bet there's a great story there. Certainly better than the episode we got. TNG's Unnatural Selection at 739. This one's actually decent. I don't know why Pulaski is so adamant to break quarantine protocols. That's my only real big gripe with it, but it's at least interesting. Distant Voices. So Bashir has his 30th birthday. He's feeling old. He ain't feeling great about himself. And then he literally has to deal with himself in his own head and get out of a mind trap. Yeah, it's entertaining, especially with Garrick playing the role of the villain, but it's only a twist we find out at the end. Pretty cool, but it's still an early Bashir episode. And it's like, yeah, of all the Bashir and Garrick episodes, meh. Okay, and here we get to False Prophets, not too many above the price. I do find this quite a bit better. I'm glad we went back to Arador and Cole, since they were already set up to be in the Delta Quadrant. A show that takes place there. It really made sense to go back to that storyline. Everything they do is quintessentially Ferengi. I really like how Neelix tries to foil their plots, and that doesn't go well. There's some funny little moments. It's a fun little episode. It's not great, but it's fine. Rubicon, as opposed to Rubincon, which is a different episode. This is Discovery, and I and most people really like the character of Nan, the I was going to say Betazoid, but the Barzan. So that comes back around from like the price. But when they went to the future, she like left the ship and she's now part of Starfleet security, and she's been put on Discovery to be a babysitter because they don't necessarily trust Burnham. So there's just this back and forth there where like this character that I really like now doesn't trust other people that I do like, and it just it's really nagging and gnawing, and the premise of the episode is okay, but I don't like that this is why we brought Nan back. Oh, Bloodlines, where an older Alexander comes back to off himself because he can't take himself and how he handled his dad's death. It's really kind of convoluted. I have never liked this one. It explores a fair amount of Klingon culture that we haven't necessarily seen, and more of the rituals, which is like the only good part of it. I don't even necessarily think I'd have it this high. Inside Man, my least favorite Reg Barkley episode, and the only Reg Barkley Voy episode I really not crazy about. And I think it's because of the Ferengi and how that whole thing works out, like how they didn't figure it out sooner, both them on Earth or at Voy. I mean, I guess Voyager did figure it out at the very end. The Doctor did. As you Deanna Troi does more and is a better character in the 3 episodes of Voyager she's in than in almost any of her TNG appearances. So she's good in this one. She really advocates for Reg and what's right, even though he just like literally ropes her in on a beach, which is weird. Vis-a-Vis, one of several Voyager episodes where Tom Paris shows that he's really just an adolescent at heart and trusts the wrong thing or people. And that's what it is. It's fine. And here's the other one. I consider this one just a smidge better because it has a little bit more Trek behind it with the Alice ship. And it also has God, what's his name? He plays Silic on Enterprise. I am blanking, and I love this actor. Regardless, both of these episodes are fine but not great, and that's why they conglomerate together here. At 7:31, Impulse. So this one's an interesting Halloween episode. They find, when they're in the Expanse in the Zindiark, they find this Vulcan ship that's nearly destroyed in an asteroid belt, and they've all been turned to zombies because Trellium D, and this will later come back to haunt them when they get home, and the Vulcans then accuse them of, oh, but you didn't even try to help. It's a good Halloween episode. That's all I can say. It's fine. Horizon, the only episode where we try to give Travis Mayweather some character development. And it's not great. Like, it's fine. We meet his family. He tries to make his brother a better person, and great. Side note about just the Horizon. This is the ship that ends up causing a piece of the action in TOS. You can even see the book in question that I can't remember the name of the race, but in a piece of the action, the book about Chicago mobs that they base their entire society around. So that's an interesting little tie-in, but otherwise, yeah, for the only Travis Mayweather episode, it's pretty underwhelming, and he's probably the most underdeveloped top build cast member ever in Trek. Probably, and I should know this because my favorite Trek book, is it Dark Frontier or Dark Page? Dark Veil. It's about Rios. It's a Picard novel. It tells his whole backstory, like how he became the disheveled captain, and he's hooked up with a member of this race. When he can't pay his bill on La Serena because he took out a loan to get it. So they set him up with this chick who then he starts doing like cargo runs and stuff with. Anyway, speaking of Picard, I guess I've already gone up into the episode Mercy. Good Lord, this episode for season 2, most people hate season 2 as a whole. I actually enjoy it. This one, not so much. It has one good scene between Q and Guinan, and that's it. But otherwise, this FBI dude is like, he seems really gullible, and nothing about this makes any realistic sense. I don't even care that he was touched by a Vulcan as a kid. And his little dog, too. Whatever. 728, Prodigal Daughter. This is the first episode in season 7 of DS9 where we really dig into Ezri's backstory. For a character that we only got to know for one season, they actually did a pretty good job building her up. Well, this episode, the plot is not wonderful. It does expose her backstory a little bit with her family, and that's fine. It tells us where she came from, but the plot, meh. Yeah, that's a good question, Scott. Or Norman. That's a really good question. I hadn't thought about that. And yes, O'Brien and the suffering off screen. Always with the O'Brien suffering. Ex Post Facto, an episode that feels like it was written for any primetime television series and then just adapted for Voyager. I just don't care one way or another. It's fine, I guess. The Game. Here's one a lot of people don't like. I think it's a little better than some. It gives Wesley a chance to come back. It gives Ashley Judd a chance to act. I wish they'd brought her back more, and that was the intention. We only see her one other time, and I don't remember the episode, where she just has one line and she's just basically in the background in engineering. But yeah, this one's... The Game itself is dumb. Like, who the hell is getting addicted to that? Which I'm sure somebody could say about Angry Birds or literally any other time waster mobile game. But this I don't quite get. But it's good. It's good for Wesley. Lower Decks Trusted Sources, where this reporter comes aboard and everybody thinks that Mariner gave them up and sold them out. And this is what breaks her and Jen up. And then Jen doesn't apologize for 2 more seasons until she does weirdly and badly. Yeah, this one, like, I like the Fox News, the Federation News Network bits of it, but also it just doesn't paint the show and the ship and Mariner in a good light, and I don't like the way it came together. Voyager's Ashes to Ashes. Finding out how the crew member nobody knew existed or cared about died and came back. Fine. Author. Here's one I know some people, and like there's a site called TrekRanks.com done by a gentleman that actually did some extra work in Enterprise, and he ranked every episode, but only within an individual series. He had this as his worst episode of Enterprise of all time, and normally I would go, well, somebody that or a Voyager. I would say, like, all right, well, you're an aficionado, but honestly, I think there is a little bit to author. A lot of people say, like, oh, well, how could the Doctor have been that oblivious to the feelings of people around him? And I'm like, no, that's the Doctor. And I do wish that the trial at the end had been given more room to breathe than like 3 minutes of runtime, because courtroom Trek is always great. But in particular, like, I think I'd even put this one higher just for Tom Paris's version of the story, messing with the Doctor. That is one of the most legitimately hilarious moments in Star Trek for me. But yeah, like I can understand why this isn't objectively a great episode, but I would never skip it on a rewatch. Now here's one I can go either way on, depending on the day. Dear Doctor, this is one a lot of people hate. Some people love. I think it's an interesting exploration of pre-Prime Directive needing the Prime Directive. Is it executed on a great level? Not really, but I actually agree with Phlox in the end, even if his reasoning to get there may be flawed. It's at least an episode that, no matter what you believe about it, can start a wide discussion about a number of things, both Star Trek and in the real world. So if it does that, it can't be the worst. Voyager's Someone to Watch Over Me at 7:21, where the Doctor tries to show Seven, hey, what's dating like, even though the Doctor only has the most minimal experience dating, and is really kind of doing the Bashir thing and trying to date his patient. There's some good moral moments in there. Not the best episode. There does need to be some kind of a first rule of acquisition. Yeah, that's what you meant. I know that's what you meant. At 7:20, we have Voyager's Unforgettable, where Chakotay meets his girlfriend that he didn't know he loved. An episode that kind of never really happens in the end. I like almost feel for him through the episode, but I hate that at the ending, like, yep, gone forever and right out of your memory. Yeah, it is. Okay. This episode of DS9, Playing God at 7:19, where they've got this proto-universe that expands. Here's my problem with the whole thing, because by the end, so they snagged onto this thing in the Gamma Quadrant, brought it back to the station, and now it's like it's growing out of its container. So they take it back to the Gamma Quadrant. Why isn't it going to expand somewhere near the wormhole and destroy all space and life, just starting at that point instead of the station? Why is that a better solution? I don't know. And like, I get that then you have to play God and choose, well, does this whole universe survive or does our universe survive? And that's a worthy question to ask. But when the solution is, yeah, we'll just kick the can down the road and make it the Gamma Quadrant's problem, it's like, okay, well, it's fine. It's a question asked. Discovery's The Examples. Okay. This one might be a bit lower for me. There's a couple of problems with it that I can't quite get by. Actually, 3 problems. The first is Reese gives us some backstory, but it literally comes out of nowhere, and it's just this like quick exposition dump of him as a hologram telling Burnham and Book about how he's from Hawaii, I think. You know, like the Ransom Club. Maybe he's not really from Hawaii. He just says he is. But you've got that. In the end, this dude just sacrifices himself for no reason. There's really not a good reason that he does. He's like, yeah, I'm going to stay. I don't care. Whatever. if this whole place gets destroyed, huh? And you've got this like top secret, like Ultramax prison facility, but somehow that guy had what he stole hidden in his bunk. Like, really? After all of this, like, you've been tried and convicted and they never like searched you once? I don't know. It's weird. I don't like this one. 717 Emergence. The Enterprise D has a baby. That's the only way we can put it. And we do a weird holodeck simulation. Choo choo. Just add that third chew for the choo 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 dance. Unfortunately, there's no Zebulon sisters. Okay, it's 716. Sanctuary. This one, well, okay, it's Leland Orser's first time in Trek, and I love him as a recurring actor. He usually plays like weird bad guys. And so in this one where he's just this like mistreated kid who doesn't even have any lines, not the best thing. Like this is just a quintessentially fine episode of Star Trek. These people are trying to come out of the Gamma Quadrant and find a new homeworld. And the Bajorans are like, we got our own problems. I don't care if you think we're your savior of record, but no. And so it ends kind of meh. The whole episode's kind of meh. It is. TAS is the Lorelei signal. Now, this is the first time Uhura really gets to rock it. She is in command. Now, originally, the only reason she took the job is because she was told that her character was fourth in command after Kirk, Spock, Scotty. We never saw her in the big chair. We saw freaking Lieutenant credits to Navy beans in Cat's Paw. And we've seen Sulu. Uhura never got command. Now in TAS, it's incredible the shift in culture on like racism between the late 60s and early 70s. So the Lorelei signal, it's not the best episode. And when I just rewatched it, there's still things I hate, like Spock being like, have the female engineer do this. It's like, well, if all the males are incapacitated, then the female engineer is just the engineer. So that's minor gripes, but hey, great for Uhura. Hold on just a second. Now that this guy's gone, I gotta close my door. And I guess I can take that camera off screen for now. Okay. I'm going to get to 700 and then take a break. And I will show you guys some never before seen content on this break rather than just the standard hold music. Did I get this wrong? A little while ago, I had said that this was the episode with like older Alexander coming back to off himself. I'm not sure what I was thinking about then because this is that episode. And I still think it's too high. The only thing it has going for it is Klingon cultural significance, and we get to see some more of their rituals and history, that's pretty cool. But Alexander coming back, meh, not so great. The Masterpiece Society. How many lost colonies of humans are there in the galaxy? And particularly, how many lost colonies of humans that refuse to leave or do anything for their own self-preservation exist? And this is another one. The only like real egregious thing is this comes an episode right after Troy has been violated by Jev the Ulian. And now she gets like a legitimate love interest. It's like, wow, that's really soon after having something traumatic happen to you. I mean, you know, if that's what you need to do it. Great. But that's a little weird, but I get like the actual premise, fine. I just wish these people that are like the whole reason that they're there and separate from the Federation is because they condone genetic engineering and they want to be little Khans. But Khan would not refuse to do something about a problem that could wipe out his civilization. These people are just stupid. TOS Requiem for Methuselah at 7:12, where you find out that was it Mozart or Bach, whichever, and a whole bunch of other Earth figures are really the same guy. They don't say it at this time, but retconned, I think this guy's a Lanthanite, which we find out with Pelia that they've been with us all along. These aliens, there's not a lot of them on Earth, but they live thousands of years, and it seems like that might be this guy. Don't know. It's a pretty mediocre episode. Like, it sets up a mystery, it solves it, it's mildly interesting. Fine. Yeah, I'm going full on and saying that Flint's a Lanthanite. I don't care if that's my headcanon. I bet we'll even find it out maybe in well, if we do, it can't involve Spock in Strange New Worlds, but yep. Okay, Faces from Voy, where B'Elanna gets split into her two halves. A lot better than the time Kirk got split into two halves. And I do like the conversations, like after they escape between each other and how they need each other's various traits. But poor Durst. My poor buddy. At 7:10, Meridian, where a lot of people hate this one, and I only hate it because Dax didn't get to experience being pure energy, a being that's had 8 lifetimes. Yeah, it would be interesting to probably spend one as pure energy. And Jeffrey Combs makes his first appearance in Trek, which a lot of people hate this. I think it's funny as hell, the hologram at the end with Quark's head on Kira's body. Gold. Overall, the episode's merely fine. Armageddon game. Okay, Bashir and O'Brien get to make fast friends. Great, but it's another one of those, like the Empath, where it's just 2 people or just several people on a mostly empty set together, and they're just chilling, and that's it. We get an amazing friendship out of it, and it sets up the Kellerans for Captain Rayner in Discovery, and that's about it. At 7:08, we have Darkling, where the Doctor plays Mr. Hyde and tries to get uncomfortable with Cass. It's weird, but it also, I really like Bob Picardo getting to show some range here. The Life of the Stars from Starfleet Academy. I disagree with this ranking, but again, I also trust my buffer time people that put it here. A lot of people really don't like this one, and I do. I think Tilly's teaching methods really worked. It's the outcome, not necessarily the input, and the outcome is positive for the students. So I'm going with that, and I'm silly for Tilly. So hold on just a second again, because I have a cat that just loves coming in and out. If anybody wonders why I have to do this, this is my studio is in my basement, and we turned the heat off down here about 3 weeks ago, but then in the past week, it's been down in the 30s overnight again. So, had to turn the heat back on. Don't rub my mic, buddy. I'll give you your own camera back. I swear. Just don't hit my mic. There him is. There's a tail anyway. Him got a tail. And what a tail. But he'd rather bump my mic. Anyway, we are at number 706. You are cordially invited. So right after, at the time at least, the longest multi-parter in Trek history, we'd have a basically 7-parter, 6 in this season, and the end of season 5. Worf and Dax getting married, great. I love that for them. The pomp and circumstance surrounding it, God, I could do without the sweating yourselves in the fire caves and Jadzia holding buckets and Martok shrill of a wife. Yeah, but hey, Worf and Dax, wish you the best. I'm sure that's not going to end poorly. DS9's Field of Fire. Yeah, this is an interesting one. We bring modern day guns, but with a transporter on it, so that an angry Vulcan can kill people that are happy. Well, yeah, the premise is dumb, but it's executed on a very, reasonably high level. I'm not going to say high level, but Ezri bringing forth her past host, Duran, I do find actually pretty interesting. It fleshes out the Dax symbiont and Ezri as a character. Even if the premise is really dumb, and we've seen before, transporters, we've seen people be transported that were running or falling, and they don't, hit with terminal velocity on the transporter pad. So why would a bullet that's transported going keep going? Not to mention the exographic targeting sensor. I want one of those. We can just see through walls. Make that make sense. 704, DS9's Captive Pursuits. This is one that I don't have anything to say about. I'm just going to say I am Tosk. At 703, Lower Decks Grounded, the first episode of season 3, where Mariner thinks she needs to go on a mission to prove their mom's innocent, even though that's not what's happening. She just needs to sit back and shut up and let the process take hold, because there's more going on than she's being told. And for an ensign, that's okay. We get to go to the first contact site in Montana and see the Bozeman theme park, and that's pretty cool. And that's what I have to say about that. Yeah, I swear he's just off camera. He doesn't want to lay in his EC. There is Kitty. He's just being difficult. Okay, so the next one is another Lower Decks episode, which ends with one of the best things in Lower Decks. I've really liked their joke about the ultimate entity in the universe is a great koala. And this is the only episode where you actually see said great koala, because Boimler, on his first command, gets himself killed. I wish there was a smidge more about that, like having to climb the Black Mountain and see whatever trials he'd have to go through. Or maybe that's only after you die a few times. Shax, he's probably died 3 or 4 times in his life. This Boimler's first, and Ransom even points out, everybody remembers their first time. And you get the great joke about, give me 10 cc's of whatever worked a minute ago. But other than that, the actual like the A plot of Freeman fixing a computer, it's just another one of those ways that just shows the captain of a Starfleet ship being incompetent. She doesn't start to become really competent till after this episode. And the rest of season 4 into season 5, I actually like Freeman as a captain. She goes from less of a joke to more of a serious commander. But yeah, yep, love Boymes and the Great Mountain. I don't know why he's smiling at me, but I'm going to find out what he knows. TOS, all our yesterdays at number 701. You could rank this higher. This is what a lot of people consider the real final episode of TOS, because it's more of a TOS feeling episode. And even the ending, it's like, granted, they only added the nice effects in the remaster, but like you got this star going supernova and the Enterprise flying away. That's a great moment. That would be a great way to end a series and not on a hysterical woman trope. But the whole thing with Spock in the cave with this, like, why is a chick in a snow environment in a cave wearing almost nothing? And I get it's warmer inside than out, but there's some little things about it that bring it down for me, but it is a decent episode. And 700, an episode that when I saw it, I was only a little younger than the kids it's portraying. TNG's Rascals. This is an episode I like less the more times I see it. It again shows what Odo tries to tell Worf, that he's not great at security procedures, that these Ferengi should have been headed off at the pass just because Picard wasn't in command anymore. Yeah. It is a fun little romp. Fixed. Totally fixed. That's an appropriate fix, Windgrace. I'll go a few more before we take a break. 250 in, 4.25 hours down, yeah. We gotta make some headway. Some more Kids in Trek, Imaginary Friend. I've always liked this one, and I like it about the same amount now that I did before, which is like lower middle of the road. It's fine. I think it helps pull kids into the TNG, the Star Trek ethos. This can be a good entry for, a kid that's like 6 or more. At least now we have things like Prodigy and, God forbid, Scouts. I mean, we got all kinds of ways to bring kids into the franchise. At 698, Hero Worship, where Data does pretty much the same thing as the Bonding, but with a kid named Jeremy, who, in theory, didn't have any living relatives and is still on the ship. We just don't see him. Who knows? It's pretty mediocre. There's like, this one's a little better in the messaging because it's not like direct. It's not all about the dead parent, even though the kid's parents just died. It's more about the kid's trauma, and they handle it reasonably well. Brent Spiner does a good job with this. Once Upon a Time. Yeah, notice that there's a theme here. There's a lot of kids programming here that's all like, it's all lower in the middle of the road. Like it's fine. This one's particularly charming. At least maybe until they burn the whole forest down. But it's again like children and trauma and parents. And like, okay, this is the 3rd time we've gone to this well now. And this actually, it is definitely the best one of the 3, especially since Naomi's mom she's fine in the end. A little banged up, but fine. They don't taste, but do they reach? Oh, I have gone up too many. Where are we? Suspicions, TNG, number 696. Ferengis, they have scientists too. They're not all hyper-libertarian capitalists. And Beverly gets an okay episode for herself. She doesn't get a lot of good stuff to do in TNG, but this was decent. You know, she solves a mystery and gets those metaphasic shields that we'll need a couple episodes down the road. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen Descent yet, because that's not one of my favorites. He was the only good thing about that. Anyway, DS9's Paradise at number 695. Alexis, I think is her name. This woman that purposely crash landed people so that they could start life as the Amish. There's some interesting messaging and stuff to explore in there about values of technological society versus older conservative ways of doing things. But it's not my favorite thing to watch, especially when you put Cisco in a box like this is Roots or something. Not my favorite. 694, Voyager's Repression. This is a holy time. Pogtem far batane. I don't know what was the point of this man activating Tuvok just to mess with a ship in the Delta Quadrant. I don't. It's executed on a better level than it has any right to be. Nobody puts baby in the corner. Nobody. And then the battle, where we learn about the Picard maneuver and how he lost the Stargazer, except, oh hey, the Stargazer's still there. The thing that we kind of learn about these Constellation-class ships, they can really take a beating, and they might not be in any shape to ever be used as a starship again, but they are the strong hulls. Not so great engines, despite having 4 nacelles. And, yeah. And the Ferengi, again. At least this isn't, Last Outpost Ferengi, but they didn't get much better here. We've already done Is There in Truth No Beauty? At number 692, we have the Prodigy episode, Is There in Beauty No Truth? Where we take Zero to a planet where he can get a new body, at least temporarily till it breaks down. And he gets to run and play and feel like the real kids do. It's really the story of Pinocchio, but there's some running involved. Yeah, it's fine. It has this really in-depth message and feeling. It makes you feel feelings, but the story itself, I'm not actually sure why this is as high as it is. Enterprise's Rajin, this basically fembot that's put on the Enterprise to find out what they know about the Xindi. The Xindi want to know what they know. And there's not a lot going on except sex appeal and action scenes. Okay. 690, The Galactic Barrier. Discovery, as they're heading out of the galaxy to make contact with the 10C and find out why they're ripping up the galaxy. Yeah, it is. They do what they set out to do with some difficulty. 689, The Alternate. This is the introduction of Dr. Moira, the scientist that figured out Odo was sentient, who Odo very much dislikes but bonds with in the end. This is the episode that Alexander and Worf needed and never quite got. 688, Fair Trade. This is where Neelix comes to the edge of where he's ever been before in his travels and has no more deep knowledge of the Delta Quadrant to advise Janeway on. So instead of like telling her that and just being the chef and working on being the things that he can do well, he teams up with somebody that he ended up putting in prison by accident, who was part of a scheme with him, and sells some drugs, because that's what we do in Star Trek. Yeah, Gene Roddenberry made it very clear that that's okay in City on the Edge of Forever. Remember? Yeah, this one's, it's at least entertaining to watch through, but yeah, Neelix is as much of a doof as you think. 687, Rosetta. So they had been foreshadowing from this episode before into this one that Detmer probably wasn't going to make it out of this. And she is one of my favorite characters. I don't want to see her die. But when you foreshadow as hard as you have that a character isn't going to make it out, and then they make it out, meh. And then they're just kind of wandering around on a, not green screen, was it? In an AR wall set of sand for a while. There's not a lot here. This, at least coming out of season 1 of Discovery, Leth is my least favorite episode at number 686. Sarek's dying, so like light years away, Michael can feel it because she mind melded with him once and can like get into his mind and track him through it or whatever. But even like their interactions in her mind are just, it's really bizarre. And there's like action sequences for no purpose. I do like Sarek and Amanda in Discovery, but not so much this episode. Enterprise's Canamar. Archer and Trip are accused of some stuff, and they're on a prison shuttle, and they gotta turn it around and escape. And they do. And that's it. 2 Vix, the Lower Decks episode, where we just show a bunch of past Voyager tropes that happened and let the Lower Decks crew mess with them as they're taking Voyager to be a museum ship. Hooray! Nightingale. Hey, Harry Kim gets a command. Finally, he had to do it himself. But I mean, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And then he even advocates for himself to Janeway. So that's pretty cool. Otherwise, I'm pretty bored with the plot of the episode. 682 11001 we meet the Binars, which are a super interesting race. The whole getting locked in the holodeck thing and what happens there is like, I get that it sets Riker up for some stuff in the future. Not my favorite, though. It is one of the better season 1 episodes, for sure. But it's also meh. It just is. Does that actually mean something in binary, Scott? And my cat has again left me. I'm going to take this opportunity to take a break. Don't go anywhere. During this break, I will play some real content that I have filmed for the day. What do we got here? Let's do how the set behind me got to be what it is.
Hey all, today I'm gonna clean up my Star Trek shelf. I've gathered a lot of new pieces and just set them here. And we're going to do the unthinkable. We're going to take things out of their original packaging. Also contained just out of frame on this bookshelf are my wife's Stampin' Up! Stamps, a set of encyclopedias from 1994, and even my Fight Club 2 graphic novel signed personally to me by Chuck. Let's start with a clean slate. A few of the weirder things on the shelf. Star Trek Generations on Laserdisc. For anyone that hasn't seen one of these, they're basically a giant CD that came out in the late 70s before even VHS became popular. Yeah, I'm one of probably a couple dozen people that owns the Steelbook 4K version of Section 31. My original copy of Star Trek Online, the Collector's Edition, which can't even be used out of the box because the game's been sold several times. I'd like to thank my friend Gannon from the channel of the same name for this pewter Spock figure from the motion picture. While it's not my favorite movie, this is probably my favorite scene from it. Thanks, dude. Alright, before I move the Pac-Man game, I might as well play around. And I didn't even make it out of the first board. Time to annoy people that think you must keep your toys in their original packaging. I've had Arya and the Night King for years. I picked these other figures up for about $2 a piece on a store closeout, and will be adding them to the shelf. I'm not really into Funkos. I only have two, including this Bo-Katan Kryze from The Mandalorian, played by the wonderful Katie Sackhoff, aka Starbuck from BSG04. From the same store closeout, I got Chewbacca for a couple of bucks. Yay, an entire sheet of nothing but warnings of a choking hazard in every language imaginable. Oh, cool, so the boots have a place for a mount, but no stand. A Clone Wars turret. This is actually a pretty cool toy, until I immediately lose the missile, which is now stuck between and under my workbench. And now for the part that's probably going to bother some of you. Unpackaging Star Trek figures, some of which date back to the early 90s. Considering the advice I was given in the 90s about keeping toys in their original packaging, the price hasn't accumulated much in almost 40 years. I'd rather have them out on display than in their packaging. I love that Burnham comes with this little copy of Alice in Wonderland, but I hate that you can't put any of her accessories in her hand. That's one thing about toys that has always bothered me. If the character can't use the accessories, don't package them. Captain Beverly Picard from All Good Things. Some random accessories like a bonsai tree. Wait, what's this? Is there some kind of scratch-off game with it? We'll set this aside for a minute and be back. I love the futuristic All Good Things alternate universe base. Okay, this is some kind of game that went back to the 30th anniversary celebration. Scratch off and match the colored tribble, I guess. The instructions aren't very helpful. Even after reading the rules, I don't fully understand how this was won, but this is a cool piece of history. And on to Guinan, which comes with a 3D chess set that's very wobbly. She comes with a serving tray and 2 cups, none of which can be put in her hands without them falling out. Go for Marta from Star Trek VI. Of course she can't hold the drilling laser. I guess we'll keep the handcuffs, though. I do really like these thick, chonky bases. I got all of these used but in package, and I have to wonder with Troy if this green uniform is just a misprint or if somebody had it sitting in the sun for years. Wait, is this a Pog? Oh my god, there were Star Trek Pogs? I am 10 years old. It is 1995, and Pogs are all the rage. Honestly, this is cooler than any of these figures. And looking at the other Pogs in this collection, I really want me a Pulaski. Unfortunately, all of Deanna's accessories are super generic and don't even really go with her character. Okay, Kalar from the Emissary might be the coolest one in this. We get the life support helmet and the cool fist weapon she uses on the holodeck messing around with Worf. Suzie Plakson is one of my favorite recurring actresses in Trek. The only male character will be opening today, General Chang from Star Trek VI. Looks a lot like Chris Plummer. Why does he have the Chancellor's Klingon staff? And of course, he can't hold any of his accessories. And I've saved the best for last. Both versions of Seska, both Bajoran and Cardassian. Oh wow, I've never seen the Maquis base before. This is pretty neat. Oh cool, she comes with the trajector device that didn't work. I've never looked at the back of this thing until now. Cardassian Seska comes with the DNA sampler she used to try to impregnate herself with Chakotay's DNA. This is a weird choice. Alright, time to put it all back in a better order.
Heyo, I'm back. My camera is not doing what it should be doing. I guess I gotta ditch my Jassy cam for my primary cam for now. And it's not showing me at all, no matter what I do. Cool, cool. Well, we can take that off the screen. I assume everybody can hear me. I'm going to do a quick reset. Aha. Okay, let's try that. I can even put my cat cam back. And okay, nearly there. And the pictures and our screen. Okay, where were we? Number 681, Time and Again from Voyager. Third episode. This one's actually quite decent. Hold on. Better. Okay. Time and Again, quite decent. The only thing I hate about it is that it's a never really happened in the end episode. Otherwise, it's I get decent. That's the only word I can just keep using. Other than these people's outfits. We called them the Children of the Candy Corn. At 680, The Communicator, where Reed loses his communicator on this fascist planet, and then they have to go find it, and they fight a bunch of literal Nazis and get out just in time. Again, fine. That's pretty much right where we're at. Yes, who should be joining us later, my friend Charisse from the channel The Sci-Fi Savage, just reviewed this one this past Wednesday. Pretty good. You should check her out. Every Wednesday, she does a live stream at 9 p.m. Eastern. And of course, my cat didn't want to stay, so let me go close that door again. I know most of you're just here for the cat cam, but unfortunately, we can turn that one off for now. What else we got? 679, The Emissary, not to be confused with DS9's Emissary. Our first look at Kalar, and actually, this is, I can't remember if this is just after or just before the Schizoid Man. I think this is after. So this is the second time we see Susie Plaxton in Trek as probably her best character, Kalar. As you saw in the video that I played during the break, have Kalar from this episode. She is absolutely the best one of those figures. I mean, it sets up stuff for the future with her and Worf. Otherwise, it's fine. Like, the only thing that bothers me is the premise of the episode. Why would you put Klingons into stasis for 75 years to fight a war? Or however many years it's been decades. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me why they would do this in the first place. But Kalar is great. Voyager Warhead. Hey, Harry Kim, you know, that like random thing you found on a planet? I think you should beam it aboard. I don't think you have any choice but to beam a warhead onto the ship. And then teach it to be better. I mean, that's at least, it's a very Trek message, and it's just fine as a premise. Voyager's real life. This is an episode that, like, it depends on the day for me. I really like the Leave It to Beaver thing he's got going on with his family at first, but it really devolves, and then in the end, we just kind of kill his kid for no reason, and you find out that 900 years later, he still feels bad about it. Yeah, it's it has its ups and downs. It's at least interesting. They tried something a little different. I'm not the biggest fan. If you are, great. Another Doctor episode, Tinker, Tenor, Doctor, Spy. A take on, I can't remember whatever the work. Is that Philip K. Dick? I don't remember. Anyway, where the Doctor daydreams and it's tapped into, and then they try to use him to justify taking over his ship. And it's a bit of fun. I neither hate it nor love it. There's no escape from reality, that's for sure, Windgrace. At 675, TNG's Force of Nature, an episode that tried to have this great message about environmentalism and pollution and stuff, but it didn't have enough of its own that it needed a B, a C, and even a D plot about Data training his cat. And that D plot might actually be more interesting than anything else that happens. It gets quite a few points for trying to be a thing about environmentalism. Like, it had a modern day message, but kind of missed the mark. And then it never came back to this premise. They don't even tell us that, oh, hey, Voyager's angled warp nacelles when it goes to warp is to combat that so that they don't like pollute the universe. But they never tell us that on screen. It's just in the writer's room Bible. Enterprise's Chosen Realm. Oh my God. Dijon Mont. And I just call him Dijon Mustard. And I swear that's some writer had a sandwich with Dijon Mustard for lunch. And when they're looking for character names, they're like, Dijon Mont. I don't know. The ending really hits when they go down on the planet and find out, oh, hey, because of your like partisan stupidity, everybody's dead. So maybe you should cut it out and just like rebuild your society and be better people. But the entire runtime before that, not great. And it's another distraction from the Xindi arc too. You can only have so many side quests from the Xindi arc, and this one was not needed at all. 673, Suddenly Human. I don't know. This one's annoying. Between the howling and this kid just like, I want to say just like kind of not getting it and like the Federation's willing to go to war for this kid who doesn't even want to be taken back. Yeah, there's a lot of layers to analyze there, but the episode itself isn't super cohesive as a story. Yeah, fine. That might be a better episode, actually, Scott. What else we got? TNG's Newground. Yeah, this is like the only good Worf and Alexandra episode as far as I'm concerned. Worf actually tries to be a parent right up front and do the things that he's supposed to do, and then saves his kid in the end, which helps them bond. And you think that this is like the beginning of a beautiful thing that's going to go forward. And unfortunately, it just goes off the rails all the way through DS9. Worf's not the worst parent in Trek. That honor probably goes to the Hansons, Annika Hans, 7 of 9's parents. But yeah, after this, not great. This one, really decent. The A plot about the Soliton wave, yeah, that's pretty mediocre. 671, breaking the ice. Let's go to a comet and build the snowman while the Vulcans watch. That's pretty much the episode, and that's it. Some people love this, and I'm not quite sure why, because there's not a lot here. The moral of the story is be willing to ask for help when it's offered, which is a good message. Some of us need to hear sometimes, but truly, it's just playing around on a comet. The Sword of Kahless, an episode that should be way better than it is. You've got Kor from TOS. You've got Worf. They're going on a holy quest for the Bat'leth of Kahless. This should be epic, and the first like 20 minutes are. The problem is that the next 40 minutes are almost all them meandering through caves, being ornery to each other, and you never know if it's some kind of power of the Bat'leth, like there's some kind of mystical force that radiates from it that causes people to be crazy that wield it, or if it's really just like pure greed and the need and like honor and like, oh, I need to be the one to hold the Bat'leth and be the reincarnation of Kahless, even though they have one of those at this point. Yeah, it's a good story, but it's really not executed super well. 669, concerning flight. Now, the only reason this episode is as high as it is because the plot makes no sense on an awful lot of levels, is John Rhys-Davies as Da Vinci. He sells this so hard and is so interesting to watch that it pulls this like what should be at least 100 episodes below this to where it is. Like, why would his patron give him the money and the materials to make a hang glider or a lot of the like really hokey things that he's making? It doesn't make sense. But he's awesome. John Rhys-Davies rocks. Oh, I like that thought, Josh, about the Bat'leth. It's a Trellium D Bat'leth. Whatever that version of Trellium D for Klingons is. Trellium E. Enterprise's Fortunate Son. Yeah, a cargo ship that's assholes to Nausicaans, so the Nausicaans are assholes to them, and it goes around in a circle until Enterprise is like, no, stop doing that. It's fine. An embarrassment of duplers. So this is one where like the premise, just forget about any plot and premise. But what it does have going for it is this real bond between our pairs of main characters. Boimler and Mariner get some good growth together. And also Tendi and Rutherford get some good growth together. Like Tendi and Rutherford are just trying to build a model starship, and like there's just not much there. And Mariner and Boimler just want to go to the ball. Both plots that just don't go anywhere. But Okana's in there. But the interactions between our main characters and their growth and bonding, I do like that. And it's worth where it's ranked. DS9's The Assignment, where Keiko gets inhabited by a Pa-wraith and torments Miles O'Brien to try and kill the prophets. Episode 666. How perfect, because like she's basically inhabited by the devil. And there's something about the scene at the end where she's like expelling lightning from everywhere and she's just standing there like, ah! I kind of love that. But it's just another O'Brien must suffer moment, and otherwise, yeah, it's fine. TNG Silicon Avatar at 665. We've seen the crystalline entity before. We see it scoop up Riker's love interest for of the week, but of the 5 minutes that she's alive. And then gets destroyed in the end because reasons. It's fine. Prodigy's Dreamcatcher at 664. Yeah, I thought this was a 2-parter. So where's the other part? Ah, there we go. And Dreamcatcher and Terra Firma, where they go to this planet and it shows them everything that they want. It's kind of like the Shore Leave planet from Shore Leave, except it's actually trying to kill you while it's amusing you. So that's reasonably interesting, and it gives the bad guys a chance to get back in the game after a few episodes. And we start seeing their real intentions. So it's decent. Decent 2-parter. Barge of the Dead. We get all kinds of like Klingon lore. You know, we've heard of Sto-vo-kor, their version of heaven. We haven't heard about Grethor, I don't think, until now, their version of hell, where B'Elanna Torres goes. Now, just the episode properly is fine. Like I like it, but the ending boggles my mind, because at the end, after everything B'Elanna goes through, like basically putting herself in a coma near death, to then her mom on the barge of the dead being like, or I'll see you when you get home. Like, did it even happen? Was this just all in her head and not a real thing? And her mom is not really dead? So I hate the implications that it never really happened, but the content is decent. I really like, I feel like this one should have won an Emmy for lighting, because particularly like the lighting on the Barge of the Dead, it's really well lit in interesting ways, and like, you know, lights coming down through grating, and yeah, I feel like it was done reasonably well. I just hate the ending. The Corbomite Maneuver, where Kirk outbluffs Clint Howard. I like that as a premise. The only problem is not really much happens. They just kind of bluff each other for 35 minutes, and then the last couple, we find out like, oh hey, no, we were just playing, just playing. No problem. We can be friends now. The Federation and the First Federation can be friends. That, even that, like, oh, it seems cheap to me, the First Federation, which is never brought up again. Tranya comes up a bunch of times, their known drink, but yeah, it's fine. I like that I like that the Corbomite Maneuver comes back later, and Kirk gets to rerun that bluff against the Romulans. I don't even think this episode, Red Angel at 660, it does a lot for that season's arc, but honestly, I find it really boring. And I hate that Burnham's mom is like, they get together for the first time in decades, and her mom isn't even like, "Hey, I love you." She's like, "Leave me alone because I have to save all of you." Like, she can't even savor the moment with her kid. And I think that's what really bothers me. It's fine within the season arc. I'm not so crazy about the runtime, though. Maybe, Josh. Maybe. This whole puppet thing, they better have a good reason and execute it on a very high level. Because I neither love nor hate the idea. It's all in how it's done. And we'll see soon. $6.59, The Q and the Gray. A lot of people hate this one. I think it's fine. It's mildly interesting. It's entertaining. The only thing I don't like is this weird zoom in shot when Q and Janeway are on the stakes ready in front of the firing squad, and they do these like they like shoot in super fast. It's camera work that's never done before or since in Trek, and it feels out of place. Other than that, it's fine. It's not the best Q episode, but it's not the worst either. 658 Tribunal. Yeah, O'Brien, you're gonna suffer, bud. And really this time for no apparently good reason. The Cardassians are just gonna be like, he called us spoonheads once. We should get him. Seems like what has happened with our Department of Justice currently, but that's neither here nor there. At 657, Voyager's Prophecy. God, this one really goes. It's got deep Klingon lore, and something that they never tie together on screen, but is lore like in the writers' room Bibles. This group of Klingons is an offshoot of T'Kuvma's movement from the first season of Discovery that started the first Klingon war with the Federation. That's where these guys that have been traveling for like 75 years or however long it's been come from. They are the true believers, and that's where like T'Kuvma and this Klingon, her baby is the Kuvemach. It's intentionally similar naming. But it's weird. God, every time towards the end of it, where Neelix basically gets SA'd by Klingon, and he comes out of Tuvok's quarters just like eyes wide and hair and stuff everywhere. That is a look. 656, Voyager's Repentance. Voyager's Repentance. Why don't I remember this one? Death penalty ethics. Gosh, this is the first one outside of TAS I've come to today that I'm like, who? What is this one about? Oh, right, okay. The one where, and this is another one, like, I actually like almost all of the runtime. It's about like reforming prisoners and not giving up on people even when they are like the worst people you've ever met, that maybe there is a way to reform them. But then in the end, there's this whole thing has been going on about like, oh, nobody believes me because I'm just a Malkorian and we're known to be untrustworthy. And it goes back to like racial stereotypes, minorities. But much like the episode where Seven of Nine's like, it ends with her like, oh, hey, you just didn't remember right. This one's like, oh no, you are actually as bad as people say you are. That's why you're not being believed. And I don't like that the message ended there. It feels like the hand of Berman was in here, but I don't know that. But I do like the premise, and the bulk of the runtime is a decent watch. Voyager's prime factors at 655. Yep, they find this dude with a spatial. Well, they find the planet with a spatial trajector, and then Tuvok's the one to like break the prime directive and his captain's orders and go trade for it, and then it doesn't work anyway in the end. And I actually don't know why this is as high as it is, because it does nothing but show us that Tuvok has the potential to be more than just a Starfleet pawn and a typical Vulcan. 654, where no one has gone before, with Mr. James R. Kirk and a Gary Mitchell. This is a much better pilot than the first pilot. There's a reason the Cage isn't on this list, because it's here as the Menagerie, which is the much better cut of the two, I think. Where no one has gone before. Oh wait, no, I'm confusing this with TOS's Where No Man Has Gone Before. Sorry, this is Where the Traveler shows up. We'll get to that one. I knew that was a little higher. Yeah, it sets up the Traveler as being pretty cool, and I like this idea of like thought and math and energy are really all the same thing. And sets up Wesley to do some awesome stuff in Prodigy. But the episode itself is merely fine. Starting with like the fake math and stuff. It's gobbledygook. And it confuses things later with Picard season 2 when because we've seen his mom here, and then they have to throw a line in there for why is he seeing his mom as this old woman if she died when he was a kid. Anyway, it's fine. It's interesting, especially for season 1. Prodigy, Cracked Mirror. This is very similar to the Voyager episode Shattered, where the Prodigy crew encounters earlier versions of themselves and some of their enemies. It's really interesting. It's definitely not as good as Shattered, and I think this is the first episode from season 2 that's this low, which is still pretty good. Season 2 of Prodigy is probably the only season of Star Trek that has no bad episode. It really is a good story from start to finish, and it's not even just a shame. It's criminal that this doesn't exist anywhere but physical media. If you want to watch Prodigy right now, go get the DVDs or Blu-rays, because it's not streaming anywhere. And the way it was sold off, there's no clear path to who owns the rights and where it goes from here, because Paramount wrote it off of their taxes, so they're not getting it back. Netflix doesn't want to stream it and have to pay the royalties on it. And that's a shame, because it's such a good season. If you have not seen Prodigy season 1, it's decent. It has some bad episodes. Season 2 is it's amazing start to finish. Like, you took a show that was originally made for kids and you made the best season of Star Trek yet. Anywho, 652, Enterprises, the 7th, where T'Pol, T'Pol's still trying to capture a fugitive that she was sent years before to get. People that don't follow Vulcan logic, and they must be brought back to be rehabilitated and pray the gay away, or whatever it is the Vulcans do to these people. The premise, not great. It's actually executed on a really high level. I wish I could remember the gentleman's name of who she's going after, because he's been in like almost every piece of sci-fi from the 80s through the 2010s. I'm sure somebody in the comments will remind me of his name. Great actor. Everything I've ever seen him in, top notch. This one, I like the premise, not executed terribly well. I don't end up caring about T'Pol or who she captured in the end. So, yeah, it's fine. The darkness and the light. Uh, this brings back a bunch of characters that we've set up as Kira's former resistance cell. We kill them off. And if there were a bigger payoff in the end, I would be okay with that. But it's just this like creepy dude that talks in platitudes to Kira, and I kind of can't even with the ending. The runtime is interesting. You get this mystery that like who's killing all these people, but in the end, I just end up not caring. That's a lot of this block here, where like the runtime is decent, but I don't end up caring about the story in the end, and that's a shame. TNG's Homeward. A lot of people dislike this one even more than I do. Worf's brother, Worf's human brother. Yeah, he has it. He has it pretty bad for not Sisko's future wife. The first time we see Penny Johnson in Trek. And yeah, he saves an entire culture. And this is one of those times where the Prime Directive, it doesn't make sense. Every other captain, including Picard, has violated the Prime Directive for similar reasons, but he won't here. He's so objectionate to saving a race of people on a planet that's not going to exist anymore. It's one thing in like Dear Doctor, where you have a viable ecosystem and there's another race that might come up in the place of this race that's dying out due to genetic disease. It seems like they're being squeezed out of the ecosystem, but there are others to take its place. In this case, though, the entire planet's just going to become uninhabitable probably forever. So you should probably save the people you can, even if they like take the time to make the point that like, oh, the one dude that saw the light, he couldn't take it and he ended himself. But if you don't try, then they all are just at an end. And that it seems to actually violate the spirit of the Prime Directive, which is to keep societies from being contaminated. But if there's no society that's going to be left to be contaminated, then you should probably do something if you can. Anyway, the episode's wholly frustrating, but it can bring up all of these points. It's it's an episode that can bring you to a lot of good talking points. Yeah, I mean, who knows, Norman? Because I don't think it's ever coming back. Oh, hey, I didn't turn off that camera. Yeah, I'm kind of sad that we're not going to get another season of the Orville. I know for years, Seth MacFarlane's been like, yeah, it's all written, it's ready to go. The problem is Seth MacFarlane has like 8,000 projects that he's the executive lead to and the showrunner for. And he keeps pulling himself in different directions. As far as I'm concerned, the Orville's the best thing he's ever done, and he should probably focus on that. But you know, whatever works for him, he's made all kinds of things work for him, including being in Star Trek. So, yeah, we'll see about that. I don't know. Do I? Where are we? It's been 5 hours. I've done 300 episodes. Actually, no, I'm right where I need to be. Right where I need to be. Because if I was 300 episodes in after 6 hours, I would be right where I need to be. So I'm actually a little bit ahead of the curve. Thankfully. One thing I will say to anybody watching, so I did a similar stream to this a couple of years ago, and I learned in the process that YouTube only archives 12 hours worth of live stream. You can go longer live, but it'll only keep on the servers the first 12 hours. So this has been broken up into 3.5 parts. And by that, I mean, there are 3 parts where we're just talking about the rankings. And then tonight at our normal Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern time, we're also going to do buffer time. So in less than an hour, in 50 minutes, we're going to stop this stream and I will start stream part 2 so that this first 6 hours archives and then we will start a new stream. And maybe I can get my all of my extra cameras and screens to work correctly in between there. Okay. Yeah, I know, Scott. It's really frustrating when you spend a lot of time talking about a thing only to find out later, oopsies, that doesn't exist anymore on the internet. It's lost media, my friend. We are lost media. So we got some time till that. I'll probably actually cut the stream at about 10 of noon, take a quick break, and start part 2 up at exactly noon. Okay. Thanks for keeping me on track, though, to make sure that, yeah, okay, where are we in time? We're actually ahead of the curve, thankfully. Okay. What else can we get out of the way in the next hour? Yeah, as Scott's pointed out, it's trivia. I felt like since I'm talking about every episode otherwise, it would be kind of fruitless to talk about an episode. So let's just do some trivia. Come join us for trivia. Come join me anytime today. And any of you, yeah, the Buffer Time Discord has all of the links that you need. Okay. We haven't even gotten to that episode, surprisingly. It must be coming up to the mint peptide cake. Oh, I had already gone up into that. Okay. You saw what I saw, what I did not see. Phantasms, cellular peptide cake, Data's dreams are, they're weird, but it's for a purpose. See, it's just like season 7 TNG. It's incredible that this show got to this like point around season 5 where it wasn't going to get any better. Season 6 does have great episodes, but it also has a lot of it's about split between good and not so great episodes. And then season 7 has 2 good episodes. And this is not truly one of them, but it's also not that bad. Data talking to Sigmund Freud is interesting. The cellular peptide cake, great gag. And also like Beverly drinking the straw out of Riker's head. Great gag. Love it. The spy humongous. Only we get to kill Ramdar. Yeah, we're introduced to all of the royalty of Pakled Planet. You increasingly need a bigger helmet to talk about more things. Yes, Scott. Freeman needed a bigger helmet to be able to talk, truly talk on the Pakled's level. Yeah, this one it's merely fine. It's got some great jokes. The actual plot's only fine. The episode that for the longest time at number 647 on Paramount Plus was labeled Dos Cerrito. And I always find myself thinking, yeah, you order that at a Mexican restaurant, right? Waiter, I'll have the Dos Cerrito, please. Anyway, they find copies of themselves from a universe that's only 2% different. It seems wildly different in some places, but I mean, I guess 2% can make it has bigger snowball effects for smaller characters. It's fine. It sets up the tone of the season, but that's pretty much it. Oh, the naked time. It's incredible how much better the original version of a premise that they just totally rewrote the script on in TNG is. You know, almost any time TNG does TOS, they take the premise and they do it better. Not this time. The OG here, so much better. And Uncle George shirtless with Zord wandering around the ship. That's just hilarious. Yeah. The naked time. The Nagus, where the first time we get to see Sean Wallace at number 645. And he comes aboard and fakes his death and sets Quark up as a patsy. You'd think after this, Quark would be the one to be Nagus in the future, but Rom. And the Nagus' actual son, never mentioned again. Yeah, it's interesting. It's the first time we really get we really get stuff about Ferengi that's not stupid. And more Ferengi. If I could make the case that this is a lot better than where it's ranked. The premise isn't great, but I do like the moments between characters, especially between like Archer and the Jeffrey Combs Ferengi. I love that so many people that have played Ferengi in the past in Trek come back as different Ferengi in this, and then other recurring actors like Jeffrey Combs and Clint Howard. Clint Howard is one of only, I think it's 4 people now that either has or could be in every era of Star Trek. He was in TOS. He was in DS9. I can't remember if he was in Voyager. He was in Enterprise, and then he was in Discovery and Strange New Worlds. That dude has been around forever, and I hope we keep getting him back. Here's a really controversial episode of Academy. We get all this cool stuff about the Sisko and the mystery of what happened to him, only to find out that he never came back, and maybe the kid that his wife was pregnant with wasn't even born. That seems to be the case, but isn't 1,000% confirmed. The stuff about Sam is pretty great, but it is this episode is very up and down. And then there's the B plot. My God, the B plot in this I cannot even with, and I'm pretty sure is the worst B plot in all of Trek. Where they do this ritual, or they're practicing for this ritual that has to be done with this specific alien race, and it's so over the top. Tig Notaro's the only thing remotely interesting about it and tries to save it, but it's still just it's so cringy. I can't with it. Oh wow, acquisition would be in your bottom 100. Yeah, it's an acquired taste. I mean, it's the who's who of Ferengi. We bring back so many great recurring Trek actors, but it's played in the not the best way. I agree with that. Yeah, if you took the B plot out of it, even if like there's some questionable stuff about Sisko, there's some really good exploration of Sam's character. And I even love the breaking the fourth wall and stuff at the beginning. I think it works pretty well. And especially in an episode about Sisko, who's the only other character to purposely break the fourth wall in the pale moonlight. Okay, and after that, we have a 2-parter from Prodigy, Into the Breach, the beginnings of season 2. It's a pretty good place to start, though. I mean, it's the bare minimum of what you're going to get in the season. The tone doesn't start shifting for a few episodes after that. Like, this is decent. It sets up the kids under Janeway's command. The Doctor's there. Cool. I don't have a lot to say about it. It's just it's solid. I do have a lot to say about Data's Day. I think this is a cool premise. I don't think it was executed super well. This is one of a couple episodes that I think makes people not like Keiko O'Brien, because from her introduction here, she wants to get out from under Miles before they're even married. And that part of the episode doesn't really work for me, but it's all the little things that Data goes through to get there, even the tap dancing with Beverly Crusher. I like that. There's purpose behind it. Seeing the day-to-day of the ship through Data's eyes, there is something there, but the O'Brien wedding, whatever. Discovery, all in. Awoshakun can fight. That's about all I can say, because Discovery season 4 is my least favorite season of Discovery as a whole, and especially after Book and Tarka go off and do their own thing, and in this one, Burnham's going to look for him where she thinks he's gonna be at this like gambling barge. Not executed super well. Like Owo being able to fight and winning the prize money they need to make a bribe to get the info they need. That's the best part of the whole episode, and the rest of it is whatever. At 6:38, we've got Voyager's Parallax. This is the second episode of the series. It introduces B'Elanna Torres and makes her chief engineer. Sorry, Carrie. I wouldn't say justice for Joe here, but poor guy. He keeps getting brushed over. There's some good moments. It's really kind of boring as an episode through the runtime, but we do get some good character development. And for like an episode 2, a lot of Trek series hit it hard in episode 1 and do a good job, and then by episode 2 you're already on a highly mediocre episode, which is this, but the character development at least makes it worth watching. The like anomaly that's going on that keeps them trapped, not the most interesting thing ever. Enterprise's The Crossing. This one's entertaining. It's got some classic general sci-fi tropes to it. But all I can say is it's fine. That's really it. Lower Decks Envoys, episode 2. Where episode 1 was a lot about Boimler, a little bit about Mariner, a little bit about Tendi. We get more about Rutherford in episode 2. It's another one that's just fine. Like, he tries all these different jobs, and my favorite moment is when he acts all the kids from the daycare end up floating in space. All those kids. I quote that all the time. It's a funny episode, but like the plot, 6:35, we have Discovery's Forget Me Not. I actually quite like season 3, even if it does end in finding out a sad Kelpian child is what destroyed the galaxy. I do really like generally going to the 32nd century. This was where we took God, I haven't seen Discovery in so long. What is their name? The human Trill host. I don't know. I'm blanking. I can see their face in my mind. Somebody's going to correct me in the chat. But they go to Trill to try and sort out why they can't remember Adira. Thank you, Josh. I don't know why I'm... As we get older, man. As we get older. It's hard to hold on to every bit of 952 episodes of Star Trek. Yeah. I like recreating the cave set, the symbiont pools in the cave. They did a really good job with that. But then there's just a lot of hokiness to it, like Burnham, like, we just have to put some salts in the water and now you can breathe underwater. And we're super concerned about you contaminating that pool, but you can go in with your boots on. Fine. And the episode in general, fine. Yep, sure is. I have no idea why I could not remember Adira's name. Okay, moving on. Mugato Gamato from Lower Decks, which is really just playing up this joke about DeForest Kelly not remembering what the name in the script of this throwaway creature that didn't even really need to be in a private little war was. And it's fine. The first couple of times, all right, that's a funny joke, but when it just keeps going, if you go more than 3 times, yeah, you've overdone your joke. But decent, and it has other little bits. I love the like arena self-built cannon in the woods, but at this time it's them Rutherford and Boimler make a hollow projector out of like bamboo and stuff to show a PowerPoint presentation about how you can make more money with live Mugatos. It's very Starfleet. It's got funny moments. I like this one too. It's very similar. Voyagers live fast and prosper at 633. This one I really appreciate this like fake group of Voyager people that are impersonating like Janeway and Tuvok, trying to sell Federation memberships and profit off the goodwill of Voyager and the Federation. It's funny. It's got great moments. I have nothing bad to say about it. It's a fun episode. Yes, and fun fact that the faux Tuvok in this also played Tuvix in Tuvix. Yeah, the actual like Tuvok here, he really like got into the idea of logic in the Federation, and like it's a good idea. Wave logs and proper. Yes, that is correct. 632 Dramatis Persona. So this is one. This is, I'd say, Fascination is probably more of the Naked Now or Naked Time trope in DS9, but this is similar too, where like this disease causes everybody to be suspicious of each other, and they break into 2 factions. It's kind of dumb by the end, but the little interactions and the character, how the characters handle it, and the acting, high level. Really mediocre premise executed on a high level. 631 Enterprise is bound. I don't think we've introduced the Orions here, but it's the first time they get the slave ladies on the ship that's trying to take over the ship. It's very similar to Rajin, and I used to get those 2 episodes confused a lot because it's basically the same premise. Hot women come aboard and try to steal intelligence. Okay. 630 Voyager's Blood Fever, where Vorik does a pawn far, and he's got the hots for B'Elanna, who in turn now has the hots for Tom Paris because she's trapped with him. And oh yeah, the Borg exist, and they're going to become a bigger part of things soon. Yeah, the if there's a galactic internet, which I guess there is, because like what's his name, the conspiracy dude from Lower Decks talks about going on like conspiracy message boards and trading stuff around. So I bet the Orions are advertising there. That would be my bet. Yeah, Levy. That's right. The House of Quark. Quark becomes the head of a great house. because he killed the leader of it, and then that, by Klingon law, means he has the right to marry the woman of that great house and helps her get her land, because women can't be on the Great Council, which is which I used to take at face value, but then when you go back to it's not the Sons of Moog, it's the first TNG episode where Kern turns up, and then they go to Kronos and find out that it was really Duras, his father, that was the traitor. But everybody still turns their back. Worf takes condemnation. There are women in that circle in the chamber at that point that you can only surmise are part of the council. But, you know, just a few years later, we're like, women can't be on the council. But then we retcon it again in Discovery, like, oh, hey, but we've at least had a female chancellor sometime in the last 100 years. They've gone back and forth on that in Trek so many times. I don't know what to believe anymore. Yeah, Quark's DTF. It doesn't matter who it is. It helps if they have Latin or land. 628, another episode where Tom Paris proves his adolescent drive, literally. But this one, it feels like it's like the end of that. And by the end of the episode, he's married, which truly like seals him off from, you know, being the bad boy, hot rod driving, Delta Flyer flying, flyboy. I love the uniforms. I love the black and white race uniforms for the Federation in this one too. I wish they'd brought those back somewhere. 627, a matter of perspective. This one is just, I find this one really interesting on the level of, there might be a hint of truth in somebody's story, but it's not until you hear it from all perspectives that you get the whole story. And even then, like, did Riker bang his wife? And was she the one to initiate? Those are the questions I still have after seeing the episode. I do like this one though. Voyager, one small step at 626, where they're given isn't this? No, that's Friendship one. But where they figure out that this that a lost Mars probe is in this anomaly in the Delta Quadrant, so we've got to salvage it. And Chakotay's really serious about this. Yeah, it's I like a lot of these. It's fine. At 625, Voyager's learning curve. This is the final episode of season 1. It brings up more of the Maquis that some of which we've seen in the background, but haven't been named, and most of them won't come back except for Chell, who, after Neelix leaves at the end, becomes the chef. Would try his Red Alert chili. Probably not his Warp Core chicken Warp Cordon Bleu. But in this one, Tuvok shows us that he has some capability to be more flexible, as Neelix brings up, and that the Maquis have the ability to assimilate to a degree. It's pretty decent. Okay, for the second episode of Enterprise, it does not paint Hoshi in the best light. I don't even honestly know why this is as high as it is, but everything we see about Hoshi in this episode, while she does grow some by the end of it, even the slug that she's taking care of at the beginning and then rehomes at the end is more interesting than most of the run of the episode. Because it's just Hoshi screaming and being uncomfortable. for most of the runtime, and it doesn't do a lot for me. Voyager's Mortal Coil, bringing up some afterlife discussion as Neelix questions whether what he believes is what really is. That after being dead for like 18 hours or whatever it is, which even if you bring somebody back to life, you've been brain dead that long and your brain's been starved of oxygen, you're probably going to be a vegetable. But nanoprobes are magic, man. Magic. Oh, Chell in Elite Force. Cool. Yeah, this brings up some interesting philosophical debate. I don't think it's the best episode, but the philosophy in it that can bring up some good talking points is decent. Correct, Dal. I mean, I assume a Leola root is a vegetable, but yes. Leola root Neelix. And they will cut his body up and put it in tomorrow's soup. $622, we have DS9's Past Prologue, where the Kuvema blows stuff up. Yeah, Lursa and Beto are there. And yeah, it's just like about Bajoran reunification and how they're going to live as a society and who they're going to tolerate. You know, do you actually want the people that blew stuff up to be part of your society? I don't know. There's a lot going on here. It brings up a lot more questions than it answers. Yeah, it's fine. Discovery, Life Itself, the final episode of the series. You know, down here, lower middle of the road, it finishes everything up fine, and I love the marriage of Saru and Sharina at the end. What was the rest of my notes here? Yeah, there's too many logical closure points at the ending, and that's really my biggest problem. Like they keep showing us the stuff in the future, and then even set up the short track Calypso at the very end because they felt like they had to, even if it's done kind of as an afterthought. And it definitely was, because almost that entire ending was done because they didn't think they didn't think this was going to be the final season until after they'd already wrapped, and then the studio gave them another $1 million to finish it up, which is nice. Will they do that for Academy? Probably not. I'm betting we're going to get left on a cliffhanger, and yeah. Thanks, Allison. Thanks. More Discovery. Context is for Kings, the 3rd episode. For me, this is where the series should have started. The Vulcan Hello and Battle at the Binary Stars, when I first saw it, and the next several times I saw it, I was very confused as to what was happening. The pacing is way off. And when you start a show that's named after a ship, and you don't even start on this ship until this episode, Context for Kings, for me, we should have started right here with Burnham on a prison shuttle. And I know some people are like, oh, the black person in prison to start a thing, that's racially insensitive. And I can see that. But overall, I think this episode is better than the first two because, like, I can comprehend it. It makes sense. Even if I hadn't seen those, I could go through this, and there's good stuff about the tardigrade. There's a lot going on. They're trying to set a lot of stuff up, and I think it would have been better to start here and then maybe have Burnham and Lorca have a conversation about, so how did you get here? And we tell that story in past tense. And I think that would have made season 1 a little better, at the very least more interesting. Yep. You are absolutely right, Scott. Yep. Both of these start on some not so great notes, but I can look past that if the rest of the story is decent. And in context for Kings, it kind of is. Um, I think it's way more egregious in SFA, for sure. But also the rest, I don't know. We'll get to that. We will get to it. But where are we now? Somewhere that I know probably a lot of people are going to disagree with me. So I'm going to take some time in talking about Amok Time at 619. Classic TOS episode that starts off season 2 by showing us that Spock has a arranged marriage that he's got to go to. My favorite part of this is the scene between him and Chapel, where she like brings him soup and then like he tells her, you know, like, it's okay, I'm sorry, that your love for me couldn't really be. It's almost like he does want to be with Chapel, but he knows he can't, and his even in his Ponfar insanity can see that and recognize it. So outside of that, like, I know everybody's like, oh, the great fight scene between Kirk and Spock, and for me that's even dumb for a variety of reasons, mainly because like, McCoy just stops the fight and convinces them, oh, I gotta to make it a fair fight, I gotta give him some oxygen or whatever. That doesn't do it for me. The majority of the runtime of the episode is changing course between Vulcan and Altair 4. I think it's Altair 4 or 3, something like that. But it's just like changing course back and forth, Spock being off. And then when he gets there just to find out, oh, hey, my would-be wife doesn't even want me. And for some reason, Kirk has to fight me. It all seems very forced and contrived to me. I do like the stuff between him and Chapel. I can't remember if this is the first time we get the fight music. This is definitely the most iconic time they use it. But yeah, this episode has never been interesting to me, no matter how many times I watch it. But it make everything with, like I've said, Spock and Chapel, especially with Strange New Worlds filling that out more. It makes a lot of sense. Can I get to 600 in the next 7 minutes? Probably not. Oh, not when I have ones that I've got to definitely explain my ranking on. And number 618, a classic, many love, Darmok. And this suffers from the same kind of problem for me as Amok Time, where there are, at least in this one, there are 2 great scenes. And that's when Picard is telling the story of Uruk the King, and at the end when he realizes how to form the sentence and talk to the second in command on the Tamarian bridge. Those are very poignant moments. Like Picard went through something, he came to a self-realization, and now he understands these people better. Okay, great. That's very Star Trek. And the scene with telling the story about Uruk, also great. It's very poignant. The problem is the rest of the episode is almost all filler. It's just trying to get Picard back and failing at getting him back as the B plot. And I have I've always kind of had this real problem with the Tamarian language. So they only talk in stories, but to learn a story, there has to be a precursor language to understand the story. So why aren't they talking in that language? There's some parts that really throw this one off for me, but it does have a couple of amazing moments. TNG's Transfigurations at number 617. Yeah, this one's kind of dull. It's our first like ascension of a being to like a higher being of light. There's not a lot to say about it. It is merely fine. It brings up some good philosophical stuff, but the episode itself is only fine. Discovery, Saints of Imperfection from season 2 of Discovery. This is where we thought Hugh, Dr. Culber, was dead, but really he's just been hiding in the mycelia network for months or weeks, or however long it's been, until he accidentally finds herself there because of her, I don't know, counterpart in her head. And there's a lot going on, and it's very touching. The plot itself is only okay, but the moments trying to get him back, and then like between Culber and Stamets again, it's really nice. I did like that. The first episode of season 3 of Enterprise, the Xindi arc, is called the Xindi, where we meet a Xindi, not one that they were expecting. This is where they realize, oh hey, there's at least more than one type of Xindi. It sets up the season arc well, but there's also just a lot of kind of meandering through this this mining establishment. It's merely fine. TNG's In Theory. Data gets a girlfriend, and she's kind of all over the place. She's not quite the crazy ex-girlfriend meme, but she's just, I mean, she's coming off a bad breakup, okay, and rebounds off Data, and she's really all over the place, and I'm not sure what to say about this, because it's good development for Data, but the plot itself is like, especially when he starts singing. Yeah, not Sarah Connor 2.0. 613, Discovery's Brother, the first episode of season 2, where Pike comes aboard. And that actually bothers me, even though I find Pike to be the best thing about season 2 of Discovery. Imagine this. You are a ship that has just had a captain that turned out to be from the Mirror Universe. You just dealt with all that, finished the Klingon War, and now you're on your way to Vulcan to pick up a new captain, only to be stopped en route, and another captain takes over your ship. And like, Starfleet never signaled about this. That kind of bothers me just a little bit. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But the episode is quite good. This is what also introduces Jet Reno, where they go and find her. So, you know, there's that. Number 612, TOS's Return to Tomorrow, where this is the other Diana Muldaur episode. It's kind of all over the place, but interesting, where these, like, the souls of these 500,000-year-old consciousnesses that have been trapped on a planet, they want to construct new bodies, and various members of the Enterprise crew voluntarily give up their bodies for a while so they can use them and work and build constructs that they can move their consciousnesses into, and that's fine. It is, and I love seeing Diana Muldaur, so here we are. DS9's Shadow Play at number 611, where we find this planet where one guy has made a whole life for himself around a holo-generated village, And now the holo generator is breaking, so I guess Odo and Dax need to fix it. That's pretty much it. It's fine. 6:10. We're going to call it here after this one, and I'm going to take a break. I'm going to cut this stream off. We're going to start stream 2. Go to my channel, find part 2 at noon. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, but let's get through this. Voyagers, human error at 6:10. We're 7, like, it's the first time she really sees herself as human and tries to come out of her shell. But she builds herself holographic quarters and forgets to regenerate, which causes her a bunch of issues. The plot isn't super great, but it's executed on a high level. And this is the first time you get some sense that there's a thing between Chakotay and Seven. I wish this had been developed earlier in the series, but I'm actually here for it. I wish it had been developed better. This one's fine. Like most of where we are right now in Trek, this is fine. We are 340 episodes into 952 to talk about in an 18-hour span, and we're down the first 6 hours. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to stop the stream, go check out my channel, find part 2, and I'll see you back in about 10 minutes. Thanks.